Oh, thank you.
Yeah, well, good
I had
job.
to find somebody who had hosting capabilities to go in and start that out
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, since you're not sending it out, they have to delegate.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, welcome to the Washington State Energy Code Commercial Technical Advisory Group. Thank you for being here. Thank you for volunteering your time to be here to help make the code awesome. Okay, we have a pretty straightforward agenda today. We have some minutes to review and approve, and then we have a lot of code proposals to go through. So raise your hand. I'm going to allow some cross discussion unless it gets unruly or unmanageable, and then I'll only call on people after they raise their hand. But there's a little bit of crosstalk allowed if someone asks you a question or if you have a short comment. Please be respectful, of course. And if I hear more than one dissenting vote, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. So speaking of roll call, let's see who's in the virtual room today.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery,
Present.
Marty Brennan, Kim Barker,
Present.
Todd Blevins, Todd, are you there? Dwayne Johnlin,
I'm here.
Eric Bedell,
Here.
Nick Massey, Nick, are you here today? Sean Vig,
Here.
Kevin Roberts,
Here.
Greg Johnson,
Present.
Nathan Miller,
Here.
Prem Kumar Siddharth, Irina Respetness,
Here.
Kevin Duell,
Here.
Ian Casey,
Here.
Poppy Storm,
Here.
Shailesh Desai, Larry Andrews,
Present.
Eric Olnon, Lisa Rosenau. She said she wasn't available today. Rick Blumenthal, Rick, are you here today? Irina Cesarova,
Present.
Andy Burnham,
Here.
Sloan Ritchie indicated he was not available today. Brett Conway,
Present.
Luke Howard,
Present.
Marcus Verta, Marcus, are you here today? Kevin Sharp,
Here.
Alessandra De La Torre,
Present.
and Deepa Savarajan.
Present. I'll have to leave from 10 to 11 a.m., but I believe my primary will be here at that time.
So we do have a quorum.
Thank you, Krista. And especially thank you to everyone who is here today who was also here yesterday, including Krista, for the residential energy code tag that met for a little over 3 hours yesterday. So lots of days the residential energy code finished up the integrated draft, and so they won't meet again for a while. It's just the commercial energy code, so for all those people, you'll only have one long meeting each week with the energy code. Okay, well, let's look at the agenda. There were a couple of changes. One proponent wanted to move theirs up in the order and communicate with staff ahead of the meeting. And then Lisa Rosenau said she was unavailable. So those are the modifications that were sent out. And then there was one proposal that was intended to be included because it's in section 403, and I had inadvertently not sent that as one of the proposals. So since we have the proponent in the room, I figured why not add it to the docket. I also want to say that the last time we did this, last cycle, I added lots of proposals, so we'd never run out of proposals. What that meant was a lot of proponents would wait for 5 hours and then we wouldn't get to theirs. What I've tried to do is have the right number of proposals each time. Last week we ran out and we had an hour to go, and this week, if we run out, there are other proposals that are not on the agenda that we can consider, but we wouldn't take action on. So if we move speedily through these, we may get through before 3 o'clock. And if so, we'll get to some other proposals where we have the proponent in the room and we're not going to make a final vote on them. We're just going to take comments on them and see if they need to be improved in any way. All right, with that, is there a motion to accept the agenda?
Motion to accept from Kim Barker.
I'll second that.
Thanks. We have a motion and a second. Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, we have an agenda. Let's look at the minutes from Valentine's Day. Any motions to accept the agenda or modify it? Come on.
Motion to accept.
Thank you, Eric. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thanks, Margaret. Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the meeting minutes for February 14th. All in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay. We are on to our proposals. Proponent for 153, Singh.
Shell, do you want me to share my screen or are you going to?
Crystal
I'm
will share the
pulling it up
proposal.
now. Unless you have supplemental information that you'd like to share on it.
No, it's all in there.
Okay,
Okay,
you have the
thank you.
floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'll try and keep this under 5 minutes. So this proposal is advocating a C406 credit for induction cooktops. And right now the language I have is certain points where when you have 100% of cooktops in group R2 occupancies as induction cooktops, but I'd be open to suggestions if you want to change that to align with some of the other C406 credits where we have a lower threshold, like maybe 90%, and also throw in an equation to prorate these points, like based on the dwelling unit area. But right now I've got like 100% cooktops. So if you scroll down, I've got 5 points for the normal heat pump compliance path and 4 for the fossil fuel compliance path. So let's talk about how I came up with those points. If you could go to page 4. Yeah. Okay, so the whole basis for this proposal is that induction cooktops are inherently more efficient than electric resistance cooktops and gas stoves, just because of the physics behind how it works. Heat is generated within the cookware itself, so there's minimal heat loss to the sides, and They're just more efficient. So I'll be citing two different studies which I used to come up with the points. The first one was a field level study that was done by a company, Frontier Energy in California, back in 2019. So not going to go into the details, but just to give you a high level review, they looked at 6 different equipment types, 3 induction cooktops, all major manufacturers, 2 electric resistance cooktops, 1 was glass ceramic and 1 was resistance coil, and 1 was gas stove. So we're going to focus on the annual energy use, but they looked at a number of parameters like water heat up time, temperature control, was there any overshoot in temperature set points, simmering, sauteing, standby control. So a pretty comprehensive study. But let's just focus on the annual energy use. So Krista, if you could go to the next page, I guess. So yeah, so table 2 shows the total energy per year for all the equipments. And the scope of the study was they looked at 2 different cooking conditions. One was heating up a pot of 12-pound water from 70 degrees to 200 degrees Fahrenheit, and then let it simmer for 15 minutes. And they did this daily for 5 days a week. And the second was sauteing a quarter-pound beef sandwich twice a day for 5 days a week. So those were the 2 different cooking conditions. And they found out that the induction cooktop annual energy use was between 252 and 263. And for this proposal, I'm assuming the code baseline under plug loads its resistance coil. So that's like 283 kilowatt hours. So I took the average for the 3 induction cooktops, and the savings was around 8.8%. So if we scroll up to convert that to C406 points, I used the proposal that Dwayne submitted last year for the fossil fuel compliance path, the proposal where he estimated C406 points. It was basically the PNNL prototype model. Gonna quickly skip over this calculation, but ultimately the percentage savings due to induction cooktops was around 0.15 in terms of EUI. So it is my understanding that 1 C406 point is 0.1% of energy savings. So that's like 4 points for fossil fuel and 5 for heat pump. Use the same construction, the weighing factors that Dwayne used, 75% for climate zone 4C and 25 for heat pump. And didn't do any cost analysis because this is a C406 credit. So basically you have the choice if you want to pursue it or not. So yeah, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting to see the data. Larry.
Let's move his blue chart up. And you can see that the customer saves a considerable amount of money using the gas burner. Okay. Yearly cost 33.06. So your cost factor for what you're putting to the consumer is much lower for the gas burner than it is for the rest of them here, let alone and so when you look at your cost, it's evidently clear that the gas burner is much better cost savings than any of them. Okay. And I think you should give more points for the gas side than you do. You should give more points to the induction over electric, but the gas, I think you should give the gas the most points because the consumer is going to pay a lot less. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Greg.
2 things. One, at the very top, it mentioned 100% of the cooktops had to be made to get the credit. Would you consider making it as a prorated to basically just account a total number of cooktops versus those that were induction versus those that were total?
Yeah, totally. I mean, we could prorate that on the basis of area, I guess.
Okay, and then and I would suggest that as a friendly change. And then the second would be I don't quite understand how the credits are different based on what the space and water heating fuel source is. I don't. To me, I would believe that the savings you'd get over the cooktop would be the same regardless what your space and water heating is. It's not like insulation.
I'll have to look into that, but I guess it's basically because between the two different models, it was what percentage of plug loads, plug load energy use as a percentage of total energy pie. So I guess that's where it was a difference, but I could probably look into that.
What I would suggest would be we'd go to a single table for that credit just for the cooking, and then have there's already a desire and to have P&L recalculate credits, and then just have P&L and they can leverage your stuff you have, but when we get the credits recalculated, have P&L just assign whatever the value is for this measure.
Yeah, totally. And where we end up for site energy versus source energy, the calculation would change anyways. So yeah, we could recalculate it.
Andy.
Yeah, I agree that there should be some prorating or mechanism to allow less than 100%. Greg, Shashank, what about a lot of the credits have maybe like a minimum threshold of 90% of the spaces or connected capacity or something like that. I think another option could be maybe to have a minimum threshold versus like a prorating of the credits, which introduces more calculation complexity. So that would be my suggestion, is as a friendly amendment to kind of recognize less than 100%, maybe consider doing as like a threshold amount as opposed to a prorating.
Thanks, Kim.
I would just second what Andy just said. I would appreciate kind of a baseline 90% or something like that with less calculation required.
Thanks, Kim. I do have a question, which is, could you, if you convert 21.19 therms to, on a BTU basis, to kilowatt hours, what do you get? I just wanted to see all the numbers in the same line in the same units.
That's around 620 kilowatt hours.
Okay, so so it's about double, a little over double the energy use of the electric resistance or the induction cooktop.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Greg.
What about I mean, I get the idea of having a floor threshold, but the calculation for a percentage is pretty simple. It's just number of cooktops divided by total number of cooktops. So what if we did a hybrid, like say, still set a minimum threshold, but maybe set something a lot lower than 90%, like something like maybe 50% or something, and then do a ratio from there. I just wouldn't want to discourage, like, what I mean, like if there ends up being someone who's a portion of the units, I don't want to discourage people from using it, even in part.
The only thing I would note is, like, right now I'm estimating 5 points. So let's say if the threshold, let's recalculate that, and let's say if at 50% we come down to maybe 1 point, I guess wouldn't matter. No one would probably pursue that since it's so few points. So maybe, yeah, let's just redo the calc, and on the basis of that, we set a threshold.
Yeah, I think the question that is being talked about now is, do you prorate it? Do you just say, if you use more than 20%, you get 1 point. If you use more than 40%, you get 2 points. If you get more than 60%, you get 3 points, 80%, 4 points, and 100%, 5 points. I mean, that would seem logical. On the other hand, it may be that we get PNNL or somebody else to redo all these calculations later, or put them into a formula later, and it ends up maybe it's worth 6 points. And then, we'd be kind of stuck with our 20, 40, 60, 80. Or maybe it's only worth 4 points, and then we're stuck with our 20, 40, 60, 80. So I think a simple formula, number of cooktops over total cooktops, seems like a pretty simple way to go if you wanted to prorate it. That's my opinion. Kim, you have your hand up. Okay, Mike.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that C406 has a lot of other measures that are also prorated in a very similar style to the equation being suggested. And there aren't, well, I guess the lighting is the only one that has like discrete levels, but even it has a formula. So,
Okay. So there's precedents and similar things. Larry.
So when you look at cooking is a very small percentage of energy use in the home. Okay. And so you're going to give them all these points for a very small token of amount of energy use. I mean, that's not equal anywhere close to being equal. I mean, if you cook more than 20 minutes a day, you're probably doing good. Okay. And so your energy use is compared to everything else is minuscule. Okay. And I don't agree with giving so many points to something like this. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Dwayne.
Yeah, just from a building official perspective, I just as soon leave it as 100% and not have any kind of formula. Remember this, we're talking about an apartment building. And typically when somebody puts up a 52 unit apartment building, they all get the same appliances. You know, it's quite uniform. And so it would, and it's going to be hard on the inspector to go and like try to count how many got which kind of stove. I think for something like this, like Larry just mentioned, it's a small set of credits. It should be as simple as possible. So I'd be in favor of just leaving it as all of the cooktops.
Thanks, Dwayne. Greg.
I was just going to note that when an electrical engineer designs a building, we already have to count all the appliances because we have to, there's the demand factors on the energy usage, and depending on the number of units you have, then you can prorate down the energy demand on each device. So the work to count stuff is already being done by the engineer on a project. Or if it's a electrician for an apartment complex, sometimes electricians will just do the work, but they do the same thing. They count the number of units already.
Thanks. Greg, that's good information. Andy.
I'm not an architect, but I have seen on other projects, the one situation, Dwayne, to your point, where it's not maybe exactly 100%. I know that sometimes ADA accessible units need to have slightly different appliance selections for things, and sometimes that restricts what options are available. So that's where I do think maybe having like a 90 or 95% factor similar to other credits could make sense. And I just want to continue to advocate for less calculations that we're adding in. We've had a lot of discussion about how can we simplify the code, and I just want to continue to support not adding more complexity.
Thanks, Andy. That's good. Well, one bit when we talked about gas stoves and electric stoves at the council level, the council member representing people with disabilities brought up that from a wheelchair perspective, he believed that gas stoves are more dangerous because you're reaching across. You're not as high up when you're reaching across a stove, and so he had suggested that electric appliances were safer. So, but I don't know how people designing the accessible units in apartments. Yeah, I guess I can't presume which way they'd go on that one. But I guess I also do agree with 95% means pretty much 100%, but allows a few things. Maybe maybe an apartment building has like a common kitchen for lots of people, and maybe that's gas, but everything else is electric. That seems possible. So I guess I'd go in that direction as well. Larry.
So also you've got the cost factor. I mean, there's a lot of benefits for the magnetic stove. I mean, first you got to have stainless steel pots or metal pots.
Mhm.
And they react a lot like gas. I mean, when you turn them on, they're on, and when you turn them off, they're off. They are a real nice stove, but they're more than double the price of all the other stoves out there. And so we people that like the cooking of gas, but maybe don't have gas available, we've recommended to go to that. But when they went to look at the cost and changing all their pans over, then there's not very many people that can afford that. And I can't imagine in an apartment building where they're looking for dollars that they'd even consider this unless somebody had bought the apartment and wanted it. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. So I guess I'm seeing a coalescing around an idea. And so I'd like to go up to the code language and talk very specific code language about this. And so we can get a motion and find out how everybody feels one way or the other on it. So let's go to the actual code language where it says 100% and there's something in here that says 100%. I think that's the piece of code language that everybody's interested in when not less than 100%. All right, I would like to see a motion to do something with this, either move it forward, reject it, or modify it to say one of the two options we have, which is a prorated or a just not less than 95% or something like that.
This is
Greg.
Barker. Could I motion to move it forward with an amendment that says 90%?
Okay, I had just called on Greg, but so Greg, go ahead, and we'll get to you, Kim, next.
So I was going to make a similar motion, but and maybe we can find a compromise, you know what I mean, on the motion. But I was going to move that we would accept this with the with it prorated not less than 50%, and then have P&L calculate what the credit value was for this, and then also include in when they do the calculation, and this is to accommodate for the site versus source, if for them to also calculate what what it would be for a gas cooktop at the same time, and if gas showed any credit values, then they'd include it. If gas does not show any additional credit values, they would not include that.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so there's a lot there. So the first
There's a lot there, yeah.
I'll speak slowly. So the first part was accept this. The second, the modification would be to prorate it, but not less than 50%. And so not less than 50%, prorate it on a simple number of cooktops versus the total number of cooktops.
So let's see, based on the total number of cooktops, so that the total point value would be 5 if you had 100% and 2.5 if you had 50-ish, something like that.
Of course, I mean, but then have P&L calculate this. So we, I mean, we're the actual numbers decided by P&L. Recalculate the number, whatever it is.
Total number of induction cooktops
Yeah.
divided by the total cooktops.
Yep. But then on the value in the table down would be just whatever P&L calculates.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be part of the code language, but that's an understood thing.
Yep. And then and then when they calculate this, it would be nice if we saw them to calculate at the same time what would be the savings of using gas based on whatever basis we calculate a thing. That calculation on what is in gas, if it does provide a savings based on what basis we're doing, so it's a lower carbon emissions overall, then they
Hey,
would also.
Greg, I want to, we agreed not to have a site versus source discussion. If the council decides that source is to be the energy, I think we'll revisit a bunch of things, and this could be one of them.
Well, so I'm just trying to set, I'm not trying to have the argument or discussion. We're not going to say there either is. I was just trying to, so we don't have to go revisit this, to make it be something that when the council does make that decision, the calculation shows that gas is included, we include a credit there also. If it isn't included, then we don't include it. So that way we don't have to revisit. We're just setting this up for future proof, so we don't have to touch it again.
I think there'd be a lot of I think we would have to revisit it again.
But we wouldn't, I mean, how could we revisit again? Because we don't have another proposal and the proposal period is closed. So the idea is just being, we have a place over there based on whatever happens in site versus source. And then if, you know what I mean, what happens there if we, you know what I mean, P&L does the calculation. If there is credits to be obtained, we include it. If there aren't, there aren't.
I guess if we're going to go in that direction, I mean, we heard that gas uses twice as much energy as electricity. So should we then provide, you know, negative credits for gas or bonus credits for electric resistance or induction? Is that kind of where you're suggesting?
I am suggesting that anything that's zero or negative, we just ignore. Anything that's positive, we include. And so, because we're already calculating out, this is a energy efficiency measure that we're adding credits in for doing stuff. And so, if P&L shows that induction cooktops are the only range that provides benefit, then great. That's the only credit measure we'd have. If P&L says that, well, also a gas cooktop could provide some benefit over electric resistance, then we include credits for that. But it's not something we would debate here. We're just going to let the council decide the basis and then let the P&L calculate whatever the result is, and that's what we go with.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. I'll advise that we don't get wrapped around the axle on site versus source today, because we could spend all of our time making provisions for possible outcomes in that. I'll allow this. All right, is there a second
for discussion and debate? If other, I mean, I'm open to whatever the other tag members say. I feel.
Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Larry, go ahead.
Now I'm talking about what's law now. I think if we're going to give induction credits, I think gas should be at the same credit level to meet 2066. And I can go into all other kinds of points, but you're not going to like hearing them about gas, and I'm not going to waste our time on it. But to come in compliance with 2066, the induction oven should be the same as the gas stove on points. Thank you. And I would make that a friendly amendment.
Well, for now, I don't want to get into site versus source and don't want to make things the same. I defer to whatever P&L's calculation, so I wouldn't accept that. I just, you know what I mean, just want to, don't want to debate, you know what I mean, that, but just want to make it so we don't have any extra work to do.
Okay, Deepa.
Yeah, thank you, Chell. I just wanted to agree with your assessment of how we should proceed on the site versus source piece, because the council has directed us to continue using site energy until they make a decision. Thanks.
Thanks, Deepa. Okay, we have a motion to accept this that uses a prorated strategy. We had talked about a prorated strategy or just a straightforward strategy. This also motion has P&L calculating based on the site versus source idea that comes down from the council, direction that comes down from the council, whether there are any savings or point value for the use of gas cooktop. That's the motion as I understand it. Let us do a roll call vote on this. The motion is to accept this proposal also, and move it into the next phase.
Okay. Margaret Montgomery,
No.
Kim Barker,
No.
Dwayne Johnson,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
No.
Sean Vig,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Can you repeat the motion?
The motion is to accept this proposal, which would add some credits in C406 for induction cooktops. They use prorating of cooktops, induction cooktops over total cooktops to get the points. The total value is around 5 currently, and it could be recalculated. And then there's a notion that if the site versus source, as the direction is handed down by the council, PNNL would calculate whether there would be any savings or point value for a gas cooktop.
And does accepting this proposal and discussion on this proposal, we move on to the next one?
Yes, we would. I mean,
Oh,
yes, we would move on to the next one.
shoot.
Okay. Then I think I will abstain.
Okay.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal, are you here? Irina Sesarova,
Oh, I'm sorry. Irina let me know that she had to drop from 9 to 10. So as the alternate, I'm a no.
okay. Brett Conway,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Was that a yes, Luke?
Correct. That is a yes.
Okay. Thanks. I can barely hear it.
Marcus Verta,
Yes.
Alessandra De La Torre,
Yes.
motion carries 9-6 with 1 abstention.
Okay, motion carries. This is now going to be sent on part of the package. So we thank you for the proposal and for the motion. All right. We are moving on to the next one is 178 Conway.
Hello.
Brett, you have the floor.
Awesome. Thank you. So this code change proposal has nothing to do with 2066, just making that clear. This is addressing 2 occupancy types, type S and type F, which at oftentimes are based on a semi-heated environment rather than a fully conditioned environment. And the proposal is to offer a separate column for the energy measure credits for this particular 2 occupancy types, F and S there. So that's what's added as the column for those occupancies. Just as a frame of reference, this would be, a manufacturing facility or a warehouse facility where there's potentially an office component that's calculated separately, meeting its own needs of a B occupancy oftentimes. And then the semi-heated environment, which could be from 5,000 square feet to 5 million square feet, would be calculated as its own space. And so in this context, and with the table for compliance for the energy credits, there's only 2 or 3 different credits that environment can take advantage of. And it's lighting as well as renewable energy. And so the proposal is to align the capable credits that are within that environment to these 2 occupancy types. And I think that's really the nutshell of the proposal here. It's set up an opportunity for semi-heated environments, which are clustered under these occupancies, and a compliance path that tailors with it. Thanks,
Brett. And how did maybe you said this, how did the credit numbers get derived?
They get derived from the 10% lighting credits available, as well as renewable energy credits that are in table 406-2.
Okay, so you went to what credits are easily available to these 2 types?
Yes.
And excluded HVAC credits, for example.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Dwayne.
This, in your description, it assumes that these occupancies are semi-heated, but a lot of Group S storage facilities are conditioned spaces, not semi-heated, as well as F occupancies. So this just gives a blanket to all those occupancies, whether they're semi-heated or not. And my one other comment is that you mentioned renewable, but renewable is an expandable credit that could be that could be very highly variable depending on how large you want to make that array.
Thanks, Dwayne. Greg.
Dwayne makes a good point that S is not necessarily the same as F. So I mean, I'm all for adding more groups, but I mean, I think we'd separate out S from F, and we need a note on S saying that it's S occupancies that are semi-heated only. And so that way, if it's not semi-heated S occupancy, then it falls to the other occupancies. And then for factory, I mean, we may need a similar note for a factory. And then obviously we'd have to have the credits calculated by P&L or someone.
And I don't mind the fact that the S and F are together. It's just that it had semi-heated and conditioned spaces together.
Well, I mean, if we want to combine them, I'm fine with that. I was just thinking of some factories that are heated. Factories tend to be heated a little more, but than storage. But either way.
Yeah, it really depends. Also, note that this exempts completely these buildings from load management credits, which I don't know that that's warranted.
Good point, Dwayne. Excellent point.
I believe that's already in the code. For semi-heated environments, they don't need to meet load management credits.
Sure, somebody will look that up in the next few minutes. So the suggestion that I'm hearing so far is group S and F might be okay if there's an asterisk and it says if semi-heated or when semi-heated or unconditioned.
That recommendation is fully acceptable to lasso it into semi-heated conditioned space.
Larry, go ahead.
I really like this idea because there's a lot of small, well, we're not small, but there's a lot of places like this in Spokane. I mean, I would bet there's more than 1,000 of them. So most all the shops that do heating, plumbing, air conditioning, we have a small office, we have a large warehouse, and as an owner, we never air condition them. Okay. And it gets 100 here, but if you keep them closed up at night during the day, pretty much, and open them up a little bit at night, I mean, we don't have that extreme temperature inside the building because we have such a mass of concrete on the floor. And it takes a long time to warm that mass up, and then it's dissipating through that mass because the ground temperature over here is 50 degrees. So you have some just induction cooling from the floor. And that's been one of my biggest exemptions here to what this energy code has done, because I see a lot of these places like ours that they were going to get mandated to put air conditioning in, okay, to have a heat pump. And we don't need that. We don't want to spend that money. We don't want to spend that energy. And I think this is a great thing to move forward. And, but I do believe we need to put something in here that locks it in, that whether it's your change of occupancy or something, that if you were to change occupancy, then the whole thing would have to change, you know. But for many of us to keep our cost under control, and keep our energy, less energy, so we're not taxing the grid in the middle of summertime to cool these spaces, I think is a great idea, and I would be all for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right. I feel like we're getting towards consensus around something. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I just looked that up, and there's an exemption for warehouses in particular, but not for other occupancy, you know, such as self-storage facilities, and not for factory.
Okay.
As far as who has to get load management credits. So exempting them entirely from load management credits would be a step backwards.
Thanks, Dwayne. Larry, your hand is still up, but I'm going to call on Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I'm still a little unclear of how the credits achieved work. I mean, you're talking about having someone calculate F&S credits for all the measures then, or for a group of the measures? And that seems potentially problematic. It seems like the feasibility of that needs to be assessed before you decide to go forward with this. I know that the PNNL, assuming PNNL can even do this, any of this, they do have a warehouse. They certainly don't have a factory prototype. And their warehouse is one part of storage.
So to achieve the credits, 10% lighting reduction credit of 15 points and renewable energy credit of 11 points hits the 26. So 10% is often readily achieved and often acted upon by warehouse and F occupancy design proposals.
Right. I guess what I'm concerned about is where do the credits that are put in the table, where do they come from?
Yeah, currently
Not so
the
much
credits on the table are, you get a number of credits based on your type. So this would require a new column in table 406.2.
Correct.
And maybe they're simulated, maybe they're assigned from another group, but it seems like that needs to be determined.
Yep, that's a really good point, Mike. Greg.
Get things moving along. I was going to do a motion, and then if people want to wordsmith it or change it, let me know. I'm open. But the motion was going to be to accept this but with the addition of the word semi-heated right in front of the group S and group, yeah, right above there, semi-heated. Remove the exemption on that right there, and then have a note that those 3 credit values would be calculated by P&L, and it's based on what I heard you say was it was lighting, and what was the other measure?
Renewable. Good.
So lighting and renewable.
Renewable
So
energy.
that way we're not including, we're not including savings for space heating because, or insulation because it's semi-heated. So we're only basing on those factors.
I have a kind of a question that might help us think through this, which is would the all other, the credits on 406.2 under all other be a reasonable basis? And if it was, then essentially instead of creating a new column under 406.2, we could just use the all other credits, and then we don't have to recalculate them.
Oh, good, good call. I'll just withdraw my motion. I guess all other kind of may cover it.
With Brett, when you were looking at the number of credits here for group S and F, were you using the all other number of credits to figure out how you the 26 and 21?
That's how it works today, is we have to hit like a warehouse or manufacturing facility that's semi-heated has to hit 49.
Okay. Okay, so I guess if we wanted to craft this in such a way that you use the all other number of credits in 406.2, how would we do that in code language?
I think I'm next in line anyway, and I was going to suggest something, which is since it's already categorized under all other, should we just make a footnote for the all other that if you're SF semi-heated, here's your point totals, and then so you're still under the all other category, and we don't require new points to be calculated. Rather
All
than
other.
by adding a column here, we're implying there does need to be a new table, but with all point values established for S and F.
Yeah, like if there's one all other column and a subcolumn for semi-heated and fully heated or something, then maybe that would be clear. Seems like there was a code language way to do this. For us, oh yeah, okay, for semi-heated spaces, and then we could just list 26, 21, and 13 or something like that. Or 406.2. For semi-heated spaces, yeah. Very good, Krista. Building addition.
So
permit of 21 and new building load management credit. That seems good. Okay. Anybody have
an exception 1 in C406.1, exception 1 is 50%. You only have to achieve 50% of the credits for low energy buildings. Why not just add semi-heated to that?
And just like add another sentence for semi-heated.
Yeah, not even a sentence, just a, I mean, there's three space types there listed. You just add it. Right, it's low energy, exception 1. Low energy spaces in accordance with this, equipment buildings in accordance with that, unconditioned spaces, open parking garages, and enclosed parking garages. achieve 50% of the credits required for new construction. And it seems like you can, I think we even have a section for semi-heated, right?
Okay. Exception 1. Yeah, so make it like another exception in that group of exceptions. I suggest a second section because separate section because low energy is a totally different environment that very few spaces.
Yeah. So maybe create a second exception or another exception.
Yeah.
I kind of like the language you had before where it's not just a blanket 50% reduction, but it's a more specific number of credits.
It's almost exactly 50%, Joe.
It was 50% for new.
New construction, and for some reason additions weren't. But I'm not sure that is a good idea either. You really think these need a reduction? Seems like additions should get even a more bigger reduction.
Yeah. Okay, just from the point of making progress today, I feel like we're getting close. I'm wondering if someone would want to spend some time writing this up and sending it to Krista, rather than us watching her type live. Maybe we're almost there. Mike. Nathan.
Okay, so my thought here is just what are we opening the door to? I don't see semi-heated spaces all that often, but did we want to limit it to S and F semi-heated, which was the original proposal, or say any semi-heated space only has to achieve 50%? Because I'm just trying to think what other building types frequently qualify as semi-heated. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Semi-heated tends to be the definition of a space conditioning to achieve freeze protection for like sprinklers or other systems. So other types of buildings that would have such a need. So parking garages, no, because you would have a pre-action fire protection system if you needed a fire protection system. And that'd be the low energy spaces, maybe.
So it could say semi-heated spaces and FNS occupancies or semi-heated spaces in accordance with section in F and X occupancies.
I'd like to make a motion. I feel like we're getting bogged down, and I'd like to motion to postpone until the following meeting.
Yep, I've wondered that. Go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, the motion is made. Did that come through?
The motion is what?
The motion is to postpone until the following meeting.
Okay. We've got a motion to postpone. Is there a second? Okay, motion dies to a lack of second. Any other motions? Mike, you have your hand up. All right, does anybody want to accept this? Do something else with it?
Brett, I'm not sure the last sentence is needed in the, because it is that we have it talked about in exception 3 already. So I'm not sure we need to talk about load management in this particular exception.
Okay. That seems reasonable. Larry.
I don't want to buy a load management system for something that's ridiculous here. I mean, we're just talking about some auxiliary heat to keep the place at 50 or 55. When you got guys out there working or women out there working in the shop doing manufacturing, they like it cool anyway, okay? And we've never found it to be a problem in our shop. And to require a load management system for and only a heating system that everybody's going to try to keep the cost down so they can be profitable is just more cost that we don't need. And I think we should take another 5 minutes and get through this. This seems like a good compromise, but I'd like to see that there's no requirement for load management systems for heating only systems. I mean, it's just a waste of money. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Margaret.
I think if you go with this kind of language, you need to add the language for the additions as well as new construction. Because that was also in the table.
Yep, for new construction.
Or additions as applicable.
Efficiency credits from table
Yeah.
XYZ. To achieve a minimum of 50% of the efficiency credits required per table.
D406.2 and then number 1 in parentheses.
40621. Okay. Well, I guess.
Isn't it 406.1?
Yeah, the one I'm looking at says 406.2 with number 1 in parentheses. So maybe I'm looking at the wrong one.
That's the long list of efficiency measure credits. I think
Yes.
the credit requirements, isn't that what we're talking about? Is how many credits would be required?
Yes.
Yep.
You're right. That is 406.1.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And then the question Larry brought up of, do we require load management credits also for semi-heated spaces? Right now it's not exempted, but there's a different kind of exemption under 3, but that doesn't apply to things that are not warehouses. So I think that's the last piece of this, and then we can move forward. Greg.
Yeah, I'm wondering, so storage, not having load management for storage makes a lot of sense. Factories, you know what I mean? There might be an opportunity on a large factory. I don't know if there's anyone else has thoughts or response to that, or.
Yeah, I do. I mean, how you're gonna have to have separate metering for the building. Then you're gonna have to have metering on all the equipment, because once you start getting the equipment running, the building's gonna warm up because all the heat off all the motors and stuff. And so now you just turned into a huge amount of extra meters that you're going to need, an extra cost. And we've got to compete against people in China, okay? And they don't have anything, okay? And so please don't add this burden on to the Washington State manufacturing people. I mean, we have enough regulations as it is. This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Rick.
Good morning. Sorry I'm late, everybody. I just wanted to mention, maybe you are or are not aware, I do agree that this might be a burden for warehouses, though I just want to mention that there are panels out there that take care of all the load management. That's a single electrical panel system that has everything in it. Now they're called span panels, but they're expensive. They're about, I don't know, 3 to 4K plus maybe another $2,500 to install, and you have to have a certified installer to install it. So you're probably looking at anywhere from 4 to 6K just to install the panel, but it does contain everything in it. I just want to mention that you don't need multiple meters. There are systems out there that can handle this stuff, but I do agree that it might be a burden on something like a warehouse. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. And just to be clear, for exception 3, warehouses are very specifically exempted from load management. So we're not talking warehouses. We're talking about other FNS occupancies that might. Okay, go ahead, Mike. And I think. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I just misspoke. I apologize.
There's an echo somewhere.
Point out that this is not a new requirement. This is actually providing relief from, 4 semi-heated spaces from the current code. So we're not adding a requirement. We're actually relieving them of a requirement.
True. Okay, anybody want to make a motion about this with or without the exemption for load management credits? Go ahead, Greg.
Oh, I'm split on the load management just because the span panels are like a residential product, not a commercial product, and I see both sides. But I do want to move this along. And I mean, to Mike's point, this is improvement, regardless each way. And so I would move that we would accept this as shown on the screen. And then if someone wants to do a mandatory motion on whether on later on, I'm open to, or a friendly amendment to discuss, but at least we have this as a, I'll move to accept it as on the screen.
And Gregory, when you say accepted on the screen, do you mean the load management is still exempt for warehouses?
So it doesn't touch warehouses, so it doesn't say anything to do with warehouses. This is just for storage and factories. Okay. And so I have not changed anything, just what's shown.
Yeah, but just to be totally clear, exception 3 that already exists exempts warehouses from load management credits. So
we're leaving that, right?
Sure. Yep.
We're leaving
that
as is.
Okay, yep. As is. Okay, got it.
Okay, is there a second for the motion?
Second,
to move this?
Absolutely, second.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion, Larry.
I'd like to do a friendly amendment. Let's give the small business people a chance. Let's exclude load management systems for manufacturing and warehouses under 25,000 square feet. That's what I'm asking for. So load management systems for manufacturing facilities that are trying to fall under this.
So that's F occupancies, Larry?
Right. That are under 25,000 square feet. Let's give the little guy a
I
break.
second that, Larry. I'll
Okay,
second that friendly amendment.
I'll be
Thank
okay
you.
with that too. I'm good with that.
Okay, so we're adding a sentence to the new exception that says F occupancies lower than 25,000 square feet are exempted from the load management credits. Is that correct, Larry? Larry, is that your intent?
I'm saying the requirements to have that system.
From the load management?
It's the loads management system. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I think it's on the screen right now what you had intended in terms of code language. So, okay, we have Greg, is that friendly?
That is.
And Eric, is that also friendly?
I accept that, yes.
Okay, so the motion on the floor right now that we're about to vote on is on the screen. It's adding an exemption for F and S occupancies as shown on the screen using the all other. They'd use the all other categories they do now, but they would also have this exemption. Kim.
Not really to the content, but I'm a little bit confused with what we just added. Is it just semi-heated F occupancies under 2,500 exempt?
That's a very good point. Semi-heated F occupancies.
We should add the word semi-heated.
Yeah, semi-heated. I was just thinking that. That is a great comment, Kim.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. We are going to vote on this now. I'm going to risk a voice vote. All in favor of the motion, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. That was a lot of work. I think we used the tag well to get lots of feedback. However, we did not use our time super well. So I like the outcome. I think it's good, but I think in the future when we get this bogged down, I'm gonna ask to move on. All right, we are on to Gary. You have proposal 182. Are you?
I am.
All right, you have the floor.
Yeah. Thanks. So this proposal, 182, stop right there. The heart of it is simply striking the existing section C406 efficiency packages and replacing it with the additional efficiency and renewable and load management requirements in the 2024 IECC. And by default, that would eliminate the fossil fuel path, since the fossil fuel path is all about credits. And the reason here is that the efficiency tables, the additional efficiency tables in the IECC are quite robust, a lot of options. They're well vetted and calculated by PNNL. We would adopt only the climate zones, obviously for Washington, 4C and 5B. And so that's relatively straightforward. On the front end here, I've also, if the tag were to adopt this, I've also added coverage in here for gas-fired heat pumps for both space and water heating. If you can just scroll down a little bit, you can see the top end there is space heating, and then their water heating, and adding the appropriate equations to calculate those additional efficiency credits. And the reason we would need to add in particular on the space heating, for example, is the calculations for efficient space heating right now in the IECC commercial are limited. You can't go more than a 20% increase in efficiency. And obviously gas heat pumps have the ability to provide more than that. So would add an additional equation to provide the appropriate amount of credits there. So I'm gonna stop because again, I think the heart of this is replacing C406 credit tables with the IECC credit tables. You could consider this to be a third option or fourth option, depending upon how you're counting, to elimination of the fossil fuel path. We've got 279 and 183, two versions of 279 and 183 that have been previously postponed, pending further consideration by the council on site versus source. This could be considered another option to the resolution on energy credits in the Washington State Energy Code. So I'm going to stop there and answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Gary. The initial question, I remember last time we talked about this, I think there was no federal efficiency standard for heat pumps. Is that still correct?
That is still correct, and but there are testing and rating standards for both space heating and water heating, and so and I'm working on ASHRAE 90.1, and so we have referenced some minimum. We have referenced or proposed some minimum requirements, and they're actually a little bit higher than what I showed in this draft. On the front end up there, I had indicated a minimum efficiency of a 1.0 COP. In discussions we've had both at the IECC and ASHRAE, a 1.2 minimum COP may be more appropriate. But I think if the TAG wants to consider this, we can do some wordsmithing on that and some changes to that. But I guess I'd recommend the TAG just consider at this point in time whether they would want to adopt the IECC credit table straight across and eliminate what's in the existing. And then if they were to consider that or pass that, then we can talk about maybe further modifications to the language and calculations related to the gas heat pumps. So that would be my recommendation there.
Okay, thanks, Gary. And I have one more question, one more comment, which the question is, to maintain the efficiency of the commercial energy code to where it is today, these have not been recalculated to maintain that efficiency. So we're asking PNNL or somebody else to recalculate these to maintain the efficiency.
Yeah, I think the calculations that you're seeing on the screen right now probably wouldn't change a whole lot for each of these measures and each of these occupancies, maybe a little bit. However, what the TAG could consider is whether to require more credits.
Okay, so you're saying,
yeah,
okay.
and I haven't suggested any changes. The credits shown in the IECC are actually a little bit higher than they are in 90.1 right now. But the TAG certainly could consider increasing the amount of credits required for each of the occupancies. But I think the calculations here in these individual tables probably wouldn't change much, if at all.
Okay, thank you. So 406.2 might not change a whole lot, but 406.1 might. And then the comment I wanted to make was that we did pass 279 Johnny earlier, which has changes in 406.1 and 406.2 in it. So if we passed the main part of this per Gary's comments, we would then have two different C406 sections.
Yes.
I just wanted to bring that up, the history of what we've done already. All right, so I guess Kim, you have your hand up. It might be a residual hand. Kevin, go ahead.
Thanks, Shell. I know Gary just said that the tag could accept the concept and then work on the particulars. I did have a particular question though. If you scroll down, there's references to W01 and W02, et cetera. I was wondering what those are.
Yeah, and down in the heart of the credit sections, you'll notice credits for EO1, EO2, EO3 for envelope,
Okay.
HO1, HO2, HO3 for heating, WO1, WO2, WO3 for water heating, et cetera, et cetera. So they just
Excellent.
assign those particular. So they reference specific sections and line items in the tables.
Okay.
And each of those, and the commercial credit table works different than the residential credit table, at least in the IECC, just because there's, a larger variety, I guess, of types of systems that you can utilize in the commercial. So what they do is establish a minimum efficiency of 5% better, whether it be cooling, heating, water heating, whatever. They assign a number of credits based upon 5%, and then they provide a calculation if your system, your proposed system, is better than 5%. So you can earn more credits if you're better than 5%, but the base credits in the tables are based on an improvement of 5%. So that's the basic construct of the commercial energy efficiency tables.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you for that thorough explanation.
Thanks, Kevin and Gary. I'd like to split this into two with Gary's permission. I think deciding on replacing or using a parallel path of a C406 from the IECC directly instead of based on this I think we could consider that separately than all of the other pieces which add additional efficiency credits for fossil fuel heat pumps. Is that an okay thing to do, Gary?
I think that's fair, Joe. They certainly are a little bit separate. And as I stated, my proposal 183, which is still on the table, so to speak, does include this same coverage for gas heat pumps. So we could certainly split them, or you could just take it whole. But if you want to split it, that's fine too.
Okay. I guess when you have motions one way or the other, I would prefer if they talked about one of those two pieces and not both of them at the same time, because I'd rather have discussion on those pieces separately than together. I think we'll just get mixed up if we start doing that. So Margaret.
This may not be useful or relevant, but so this table 406.1.1 replaces 406.1, and it just gives energy credit requirements regardless of whether it's a new building or an addition. Is that the way I'm understanding it?
Yes. Although there is, that's a really good question. The IECC does certainly have requirements for additions in existing buildings, and I don't believe that well, if you wouldn't mind going down to the bottom of this, I'm not 100% sure if I captured existing buildings. You'll probably have to go way to the bottom, I think, of this to see if there's a section, probably C500 or something. Could be a good question, good catch. Are you at the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay, so it does not include coverage for those existing buildings, which is a good catch.
I guess, Gary, would you want to take some time and modify your proposal and resubmit it?
Or if you wanted to try to move this along, acknowledge the fact that if this is adopted, that we would also consider adopting the appropriate sections for existing buildings, additions, et cetera, something like that, in order to move it along rather than postponing it. And then if it is moved along or passed, I would certainly commit to working on that and capturing the language for existing buildings and additions.
Yeah, I think there's a concept here, which is basically replace it with replace 406 with 406 and other things. But I think the tag needs all the language in front of us with time to review. I think if the numbers are calculated later based on an intent, I think that's fine. But not having language in front of us, I think is I would strongly urge that we don't pass anything where we don't have the actual language in front of us.
Fair enough.
So I guess that's my suggestion is, let's talk about this for a few more minutes. But I strongly suggest that we don't move this along without the language.
Yeah, and I would commit to getting that to you post haste and before the next meeting.
Okay, Nathan.
I'm just sort of trying to think through what we'd be accomplishing. So we do a clean sweep of C406, kind of resetting it back to a national baseline. And then, I mean, we have a whole bunch of C406 credits that we've worked on, like we just talked about one for induction cooking. So would we be looking at adding things back in, or no, this would say the only credits available are what is in this proposal? And then I guess a secondary comment is just that it's going to require, in my mind, it would require both the points required and the points available tables to be fully updated, because the points available are building off of what is already in the IECC language and how much more energy savings you get for each measure compared to what was kind of baked into IECC 2024. So in my mind, I don't know that it's so clean that we say all we have to do is adjust the points required to calibrate to Washington State Energy Code. I mean, I don't have an answer on this. I'm just sort of thinking it through, and it feels to me like a bigger lift than just adjusting the C406.1 points required table in order to get it in kind of equivalent to where we were.
That's a good point, Nathan. I also, right now, we did, when we passed 279, Johnny, we talked about having the table for fossil fuel efficiency, where their additional credits are under the fossil fuel table for heating, because you have a less efficient heating appliance, and having a different table for heat pump where you are achieving more heating efficiency already, so you'd get less credit for other measures. So there's already a nuanced thing in 279 that this would also not include. So I guess if we see this again and it's updated, I think it needs to be a really thoughtful update, because as Nathan points out, we have done a lot to make the C406 table custom and have additional efficiency options that are not available in the IECC. So I think that was a good point. Kevin.
Yeah, motion to postpone until, I guess, the next meeting.
I'll second that, with, postpone, are you dividing the question and then postponing the first part? Is that what you're referring to?
I'd take that as a friendly amendment, sure. So motion to postpone the replacement of the C406 tables. Second portion of this language. Right,
Yep.
let's put that the other way. Motion to postpone what's not about gas-fired heat pumps. Let's put it that way.
Yep, I think that's clear to the tag.
Is that an acceptable for you?
Yeah, that's an acceptable motion.
I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. The motion is to postpone until the next meeting, you said?
Could we
Yes.
postpone until Gary resubmits that section?
Yes, I think that would be better.
That's fine with me.
And if this is successful to postpone, I would hope we'd have all the language and an idea of the numbers, and how everything would change. And ideally, it would include, the tables would include all the stuff that we've done to the C406 tables over the years, or at least some notion of them, so that we're not losing efficiency options and don't have to then revise this and like, well, what about this credit? What about this credit? Should we add those back in? That's how I'd like to see it when it comes back, if this is a successful motion. Okay, we have a motion to postpone until Gary revises and resubmits this. Nathan. Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I mostly wanted to just reiterate a couple of things that were said, particularly the renewable energy tables in C406 are very customized to Washington State's kind of reality. And I think there's, having to do with the on-site and off-site generating capacities, I would love to see in Gary's updated proposal some work done to preserve the days and hours and hours and hours that went into designing those components. So that's all.
Thanks, Marcus. Okay, I am seeing no more hands up. The motion is to postpone until Gary revises and resubmits the portion of this 182R that refers to replacing section 406 with the IECC 2024 language. All in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Any
Yes.
opposed say no.
Any opposed say no.
Okay, motion passes. This is
Okay,
postponed,
motion
or at
passes.
least
This is
part of this
or
is postponed.
part of this is postponed.
And thank you, Rick. I think that was the echo. Okay, now we are on to the second part of this proposal, which includes gas-fired heat pumps. So Gary's already introduced this, but if there's questions or discussion on adding these, let's have those.
Motion to approve as seen on the screen.
I'll second that.
Second.
We have a motion to approve as seen on the screen, and this would modify whatever C406 tables we end up with.
And do I need to clarify my motion? I mean, if it's as submitted, I don't think we've changed this.
Yeah, we haven't discussed it or much or changed it.
Okay, well, if we do make modifications, I can always update the motion to be as modified or whatever, but as submitted is what I'd really like to say.
Okay. Larry.
Yeah, I've got a question. So C406.2.3.1.4. So is that just a gas fired water heater? I'm thinking domestic water heater, okay? And then you added a heat pump somehow to it. And then on the other one, can you go up a little bit on the gas fired heat pumps? Is that a rooftop unit like that has a gas backup with heat pump for heating and cooling? Is that what we're talking about here? That's what one of my questions is.
No, Larry. So gas-fired heat pumps are an emerging technology. So that basically they have a gas engine to run a heat pump, and so instead of having electricity run the motor for the heat pump, the benefits is, I mean, you're going to have some heat given off on the motor, so that way you don't have as much defrost cycles because the motor gives off the heat to do a lot of the defrost. You get a lot of the same efficiencies as you do. I mean, well, it depends on how you calculate it, but I mean, you definitely get higher efficiencies because you're using heat pump technology. And so others can probably go into more detail, but that's just like a really brief summary.
Okay, so
If I might further
Sure.
respond to that through the chair, yeah.
Please.
There are not a lot of gas-fired heat pump equipment on the market yet, but there are some. There's a couple of different technologies: absorption gas-fired heat pumps and engine gas-fired heat pumps. They are not the hybrid heat pumps, Larry, that I think you were talking about, where it's an electric heat pump with gas backup. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a gas-fired heat pump that does not use any electricity, other than a smidgen for controls, I suppose. There are a few pieces of equipment on the market. Robur makes a gas-fired heat pump. It's an absorption-based heat pump. So I'll just leave it at that. So we're talking about truly gas-fired heat pumps, either absorption heat pumps or engine-driven heat pumps.
So when you're talking about that, I'd like this question to go, Greg. I mean, Avista was in a program for years on fuel cell driven electricity from the gas. Where are we at with that right now, Greg? I mean, we had that down at the convention center for years, and you were using gas to make electricity through the fuel cell. So
fuel cell is a different technology, wouldn't relate to this proposal. Vista sold off that, I think, and then went to Plug Power, and Relion owns it. And that's not really used for large scale for buildings. It's used more for like backup for communication equipment, or I mean, it's more like a backup source, but would be unrelated to this completely, has no relation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I have a question, and maybe this is my ignorance, but about how many credits could you, the math is something I cannot do in my head. Gary, I don't know if you could answer how many credits you would get in C406 based on the math that's in here.
Well, it's so as proposed, and keep in mind that this proposal was based upon the credit tables in the IECC, and not necessarily the credit tables in the current Washington State Energy Code. Okay. And so it is one of those questions where it depends, but the construct is if they're, again, the way that the credit tables are built in the ICC, there's a baseline credit amount that's based upon a 5% increase in efficiency. And if you're better than 5%, you use this calculation for additional energy credits. In this particular case, it would be the proposed COP gas heat pump, say 1.4 COP, divided by what I've proposed as a baseline of a 1.0 COP. So that would be basically a 40% improvement. So you would take the base credits, that EEC right there, times 1.4 to come up with your actual credits. So that's kind of the construct. But again, it's a kind of depends thing, depending upon which table we end up with. This one was based upon and calculated against the IECC credit tables.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming you have a spreadsheet somewhere that's done this math and provided a couple examples.
I have not. It's fairly straightforward, but I could
Okay.
provide a couple of examples.
Okay, I'm just trying to,
Sure.
trying to understand
Sure.
how it works. It's been 40 years since I've taken math. No, 30 some years since I've taken math class. Okay, Greg, rather.
So, I mean, it's actually fairly simple. You look at equation 4-XX, you have the energy efficiency credits required multiplied by basically the efficiency of the heat pump, divided by 1. So essentially what this is basically doing is you burn less gas on this unit, and so you get the credits for burning less gas. So it's fairly simple. It looks like it's just a ratio of how much gas savings, how much less you burn means how many more credits.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to,
Yeah,
I get that the general notion. I'm just trying to figure out, how many is a percentage of the total for different occupancy types and that kind of thing.
Well, the way that it's set up right now is pretty much proportional to how much less gas you burn. So, I mean, burn less gas, and the proportional about the amount of less gas you burn gives you that many more credits for installing it. So it's a pretty simple equation. I mean, we're just trying to encourage people to increase energy efficiency.
Yep, and I get that. I'm just saying, like, a lighting fixture might use less energy, and my question is more about, well, what is the lighting energy? Is the number of credits proportional to the lighting energy saved as a percentage of the total pie? Because burn less gas, get energy credits. That notion is perfectly fine, and that's what we're going for here. It's just how much of the total pie are you reducing, and are the credits proportional to that or not? Is the question I'm asking.
It's based on the COP. So GHP COP is the COP of the gas-fired heat pump. COP basically is the efficiency of it. So divided by 1.
Yeah. I understand the 10. I'm trying to figure out, lots of things save energy, and is the credits value proportional to the, reducing the, and if it was in the 406 that we have, it'd be 0.1% per point you get, and of the total pie of energy use. And is that how this is calculated? That's my question. Is it, does the math result in, the same credit value for all the other measures for up, percent of efficiency?
I've tried to follow generally the same construct of the equations in that rest of the IECC credits table. So I mean, I would welcome more eyeballs on this for sure, but I believe I've captured what would be accurate. Obviously, if we do not adopt the IECC tables and continue with the Washington State Energy Code tables, depending upon the results there, we may need to relook at this.
Okay. And then I guess one more background thing is, has this language or similar language been adopted by other jurisdictions yet?
It's been proposed. It's been proposed for the changes, updates to the IECC. So I basically included this or something very similar in my proposals to changes to the
2027
2027 IECC. for both commercial and residential codes. So it's under consideration.
Okay, great. Poppy.
Yeah, so I'm kind of following along with this, and I feel like there are two separate questions. One is whether or not we add these two measures as options in the credit table, and then there's another, and there's kind of the technical details involved in that. And then there's the question about how the credits should be set. And so much stuff is kind of up in the air about the credits, whether or not it's the IECC table, whether or not it's new calculated credits as part of the Johnny proposal. I don't know. I'm just thinking that that's a separate question. And when we look at that, I think it was Nathan had mentioned that we calculate things for a specific reason in the way that we do our credit table, and it's based on our 2006 baseline, and it's all indexed to that. And so I don't know how likely it is or reasonable it is to actually adopt part and parcel the IECC credit table. But I would like to move forward on the technical details of these proposals, because in theory, these options, because in theory, we want to add more options. We want to have as many good options as possible in this credit table. So I would suggest, and I'm not necessarily making a motion about this, and I don't remember if there's a motion.
We do have a motion already to accept
Yeah.
the gas-fired heat pump portion of this proposal.
So I guess that I would suggest maybe a friendly amendment that we change something about how we're assuming the credit. We take this equation out and say that the credits would be determined as part of the process for recalculating the credit table. Then we could move forward and not have it be connected to this particular approach, which is kind of connected to the other part of what was in this proposal. And I would also be interested from any technical folks that have worked specifically with these types of technologies, if there's anything that causes concern about the way that the option is actually described in terms of the efficiency, in terms of anything else about it aside from the credits.
I would, as a second, I would accept the friendly amendment. I don't know about Kevin, but just to have P&L calculate out the credit values.
Yeah, I understand the intent of the modification. My hesitation is that there's a range of efficiencies for gas heat pumps depending on the technology and the application for that matter. So just giving it one number, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, Poppy, but assigning one number, I think would potentially shortchange some technologies.
Maybe it's that we're saying that the part about what it's based on, and that maybe there is a factor.
We lost you, Poppy. I lost you for, could you start over?
There's also a lot of noise on the line.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. All right, it's gone. So yeah, I mean, maybe others have thoughts on this, but I agree, maybe there is a need to have some sort of factor, and it isn't just one number, but it's what that factor is being applied to that is, I think, under question and maybe shouldn't be baked into this. Thanks.
As a compromise, Poppy, what about the EEC-H5 value? That's the value that we have P&L calculate, and then we can, and then everything else is as the equation.
I think that makes sense in theory, but again, I'm not an expert on this specific type of technology. I would be interested in what some other folks on the tag think about that idea.
If I can speak to that too as the maker of the motion, I could see, for example, splitting this into absorption and engine driven. But you know, that would be more work. I think that would have to be done offline.
Kevin. Mike.
Yeah, I guess we went through this in Johnny's proposal. The basic formulation of taking the COP and dividing it by 1, it does not create a result that's linear and with energy savings. In other words, the change from a COP of 1 to COP of 2 is a big change in energy, and the COP of 2 to COP of 3 is a much smaller change in energy. And so this equation should be based, I think, on the inverse of this. And I wouldn't want to do it online. I'd want to do it in the quiet of my own brain. But I think the equation might need a little work to actually capture the energy savings in a proper manner. It does seem like the credits themselves could be based off of maybe even hand calculated based on the savings for a percentage change in equipment efficiency based on the equipment efficiency measures. If BNNL couldn't calculate this.
Thanks, Mike. Kevin.
Based on the comments, I'm wondering if perhaps a motion to postpone on this portion is more appropriate.
Are you making said motion?
Yes, since that overrules the motion to approve.
Okay, motion to postpone until what time?
Can we make it the same as the previous? That is when Gary has a chance to get to it, or whatever I'm trying to say.
Okay, and the comments to Gary I heard were one from Mike about using the inverse, so it's more 1-to-1 energy ratio, and my humble request was an example or two of how this works. So okay, so there's a motion to postpone until Gary makes an update or two.
I'll second that.
We have a second. Okay, and Gary.
Yeah, I would welcome Mike and or anybody else to, if they have the time and they want to take the brain power to put in here, to double check me on this. I will go back and also do my due diligence, and I will provide an example or two.
Okay. We have a motion to postpone. We have a second for it. All in favor of the motion to postpone, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We have postponed it, both parts of it independently. So I guess, Gary, you could come back with both parts independently if you wanted. And we will consider it at a future meeting. Okay, 2:37.
Hold it,
break
Shell.
time.
Shell, just for a second. I think you should ask for any no's because you didn't ask for that.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, just a point of order.
Yep. All in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. I had forgotten to do that. Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute break until 10:31, and then we're going to come back with 2:37 Andrews. See you then. Okay, welcome back. We are on to proposal 237. Larry, I think you are up. We also think I need to find a way to move a little more quickly through these. I think the discussion is good, making sure we're making concise statements and making motions early in the process so that we can get through these and as quickly as reasonable is something I'm going to advocate for again and again. Okay, Larry, you have the floor. Okay, Larry might be away for a bit. Okay, let's move on to 139 Kennedy, and we'll come back to 237. All right, Mike.
I think we can make this move quick. I suggest we just table this. This was just a place setter to make sure that we recalculated the credits, because the current credit tables, in my opinion, are all messed up. And the only thing I want to say is I think it is important, to the extent that we have two tables, the heat pump table and the fossil fuel, that the calculation methods for each of those, because it's unlikely all the values will be calculated with simulations, but that any factors and stuff are well documented. I mean, I know some of them are going to be semi-arbitrary or estimates, but I think it's really important. There were a lot of problems in the current tables just figuring out what the basis of the credits were, because in some cases there's discrepancies between the formulas and the text. And so having better documentation would be very helpful in the future. So this is kind of do nothing, because it sounds like you are planning on redoing the credits. Actually, I could just pull this.
Well, before you do that, might I suggest, Mike, that I was going to say do a different approach, because when I read through your proposal, I think this is applicable both to our current fossil fuel pathway, and it's also applicable to Johnny's proposal. There's aspects of this that might be redundant in other proposals, but there's also, you clearly lay it out in your proposal, the need and the desire. And so, I mean, I was a fan of actually accepting this and maybe just but changing the language just so it's which, I mean, this isn't code language, this is just direction, but changing it to say we're going to recalculate even including Johnny's, and have P&L calculate things and show their work.
Well, whatever the tag wants to do, I'm open to that. I just wanted to make sure things did get calculated and well documented. And to the extent that we can reach out and redo what's in 2021, that's a whole nother issue.
Mm-hmm. There's a window right now for code proposals for 2021 code, and all 2024 proposals that address 2066 will be considered for the 2021 codes as well. So if you submitted something and you would submit the exact same thing, if you submitted something for this site for the 2024 cycle and you would submit the exact same thing for the 2021 cycle, you don't need to resubmit that. I checked with staff on that. So if we withdrew this or disapproved it for today, we would still be able to accept it for the 2021 codes if we wanted to, is I guess my long way of saying that. And then Mike, I guess you're saying that this is only applicable if we didn't accept 279 Johnny.
Right? Correct.
Yeah.
So we could table it and withdraw. I'll withdraw it with my other three at the very end.
Don't you think it's relevant for, because there's all about recalculating the tables? I mean, we're not in Johnny's, like we were having P&L calculate a lot of those credits. So wouldn't that still be relevant?
Well, it's still relevant, yeah, but I think that, I mean, this should be part of the tag direction to PNNL, that they, to the extent that factors are used to calculate this or that value, the tag would like to have the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So what if we modified this? So I'm going to move to accept this, but modify it to say just recalculate the table, strike out the EUI basis, so we won't really specify what it is, and then just say or the updated table numbers. Yeah, so we wouldn't specify the basis, and we would also, and we put in parentheses, or the updated table references. And then, I mean, since we're not actually changing any code language in this, we're just kind of making it ultimately clear that we want things calculated and documented well.
Right, and actually, I think you'd delete that whole, well,
Could we just, I mean, this is a code proposal that has no code language in it.
It's directing
adopt a
PNL
resolution to ask PNNL to recalculate things. And we've done that on multiple code proposals. I don't want to wordsmith this. I don't want to waste a bunch of time on stuff that's not code. If you want to make a resolution that we have PNNL recalculate stuff, let's just do that.
Okay, would it be better just to do as a resolution?
Yeah, I think what we see on the screen could be a resolution to do to ask for something. But it's not code language we see in front of us.
Well, we make it a resolution then. You know what I mean? The motion is to make it as a resolution.
I think we should table this, and if we're going to write a resolution, maybe you and I, Greg, can come up with the resolution.
Okay, I'm okay with that too. We could table this or postpone this until we submit a resolution.
I'm good with that as a seconder.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone this and until a resolution comes back. All in favor say aye, or say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay.
I know this is a little late to bring this up, but I also think that adjusting the credits in the 2021 code might not be a good idea. It would have the effect of making, for some people, depending on which credits they are utilizing, it might make the current C406 quite a bit harder. So I think
We'll get to the 2021 code.
Okay. I just want to throw that out. Okay.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, we're going to go back to 237 Andrews. This was postponed. All right, Larry, are you available right now?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I believe in the 2066 thing. I don't believe that we can have efficiency factors with gas and electricity. I believe that the 406 section should go back to envelope, mainly envelope incentives, and not having to do with the fuel you're using and how it's being used, that fuel. I've read 2066. I don't see how you can do this. And I don't see how you can have a fossil fuel credit section because you're incentivizing one over the other. And that's not what the law says. Okay. And I'm not going to back down on this time. I mean, efficiency to me should be based on the envelope and how well we build the envelope, and then what we use to heat or cool that envelope, or the energy that it uses is secondary to what the fuel that we're using it to do with. I mean, I'm a proponent for higher efficiency equipment as long as it proves to be acceptable. And the other thing that I really think about here is the warranties that these people get with all this high efficiency equipment. I mean, if you're only getting a 1-year warranty on this equipment and then it goes out in 5 years, what good did we do for this customer? Okay. And so I really feel that we should drop back and improve our envelopes the best we can and rate envelopes against one and another, whether you have high energy heels on the trusses or you wrap
Okay,
it.
Larry,
Okay, thank you.
just to close this out, that's not what this proposal says. This proposal,
It says to remove the whole section.
whole
And
section.
I feel you have to remove the section and start over because it intertwines so much with one fuel versus another. Unless you took line by line and went through the whole thing and strike, I think you'd almost be better to start over. Thank you.
Okay, so just to be clear, so we had an earlier proposal we talked about, which would replace 406 with the section from the IECC. We've had few proposals like that. This just removes it completely. Go ahead, Mark.
Remove it completely and start over. That's probably really what I'm asking for is pull out the parts about the equipment and how the energy is used and then go back with how the building is built. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Margaret, go ahead.
With respect, I think we already had also a legal charge to continually improve energy efficiency. And I do not believe that we can get to the percentage, that 70% target or anywhere close to it by only using the envelope energy potential strategies. I think that this would take us in the wrong direction and not actually achieve our legal charge as the energy code.
And I've spoke about this before. If you were building a building with gas originally, and you're going to reduce what you were originally, the way to do it would be with your envelope. If you were using heat pumps originally, you have to bring that 70% with the co-op of at least 2.5 that was available back then and reduce that energy that building used then. And if you really look at what it says, that's what it tells you. Reduce the efficiency of what you had. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Eric.
So to be fair, Larry, I get what you're saying. This is more of a speech, and we're going to have to keep some version of C406. In 2015, we did have, I thought, a very simple way to calculate C406. If I remember correctly, and Shell or anyone, I think it was like pick 2 out of the 8 or 10 items in 2015, and then we went to a credit-based in 2018 where you needed 6 credits in Washington State out of this menu of 10 or 12 items, and then I think it was 8 credits in Seattle. In 2021, we did go to a very complicated credit structure. That's basically that's a given. I'm going to listen to all the proposals, and then I know Shell, you and the State Building Code Council will hopefully direct that. But the one thing I could say is that it has gotten very, very difficult, the whole C406 method, between fossil fuels, between the electrification, between the multiple occupancies. So I feel like to answer your question directly, Larry, we're gonna have to keep some version of C406 in play. What that looks like for 2024, I think there's a lot of smart people in this room that's going to help guide that process. That's it.
Thanks, Eric. Poppy.
Yeah, I understand the issues that Larry's bringing up and that he's trying to address with this proposal, but I don't think that this is really the right approach to address those issues. And we are attempting to address those issues, and not only one, but a number of other proposals. And one of the biggest concerns I have is that we have a baseline, which is a 2006 baseline, which is an average energy use at that time. So we are not comparing electric to electric and gas to gas only. We're comparing to a common baseline. So I would like to make a motion to disapprove this proposal so that we can address these issues with the other proposals that we have at hand.
Thanks, Poppy. Is there a second?
I would like to second.
Thank you, Alessandra. Okay, is there further discussion on the motion? Greg.
Oh, I was just gonna ask Larry a question. We obviously need some sort of menu of choices that people choose, because I mean, the only other option we have is to go through and mandate everything throughout the code of what they're going to use. And so we need to provide flexibility. So we need a 40, some version of 406. But the question I had for Larry is, would you be willing to go back through your proposal? I mean, because you did bring up some good points about maybe simplifying the code or making it simple. Would you be willing to go back instead of removing that section to go back and try to revise and give us a suggestion for how 406 should be reconstructed? Or are you more just about removing it as the only option?
Yeah, I don't mind going back through it section by section and doing that. But here's the thing. It was blatantly shown to me, what was it, 200 and some points if you gas hydronic heat. And here's something that's glaring to me on that point structure is when you have a fan blowing heat, and it has, I'm just talking a residential here, but it's equal to commercial. A fan residential heat, to produce the same amount of heat, you're using a 1/2 horse motor. Okay, a hydronic system, to move the same amount of heat around in a hydronic system, you're using a fractional horsepower, probably of 1/12 of a horse to do the same thing. So that is so glaring to me about how much inefficiency is into a forced air system versus a hydronic system. But when you look in this table here, it's reverse. And those are pure facts. You can't change those facts. You could move a lot more BTUs through a pipe than you can down the air stream into the same facilities. But the problem with hydronics is right now is how to dissipate, to use that radiant or the structure out there to convey the heat. Okay. And I don't mean going with convectors. I'm talking more of a radiant approach or a baseboard approach like we used to use. They are so much more efficient in moving the heat than what we have with the fan. But here in this chart, we are so far out of line, it's ridiculous. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Larry. We will discuss all the efficiencies of different things per the code proposals in front of us. So if someone made a code proposal that would give more credit to hydronic systems, then we will definitely consider that. All right, I want to vote soon. Go ahead, Eric. Eric, you're on mute.
I just spoke for a couple seconds and no one heard me. So really quick, Larry, If you want to go and look for the last code proposal, I think in 2015 we adopted C406. I want to say 2012 was not adopted. I don't think we had 406 credits in 2012, and that would be a good place to look at the codes to see. Maybe you could modify this proposal for the future or wherever you want to go. But that's it for my side.
Kevin?
I think you called my name, Shell. I wasn't sure. I need to step away from the meeting for about an hour and a half in a few minutes, but my alternate Ian Casey will take the seat at that point.
Okay.
And that's that if we don't vote in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay, we are about to vote. So thanks, Kevin. And Greg?
Just one last clear thing. I mean, if Larry was willing to go back and bring something back to us instead of just strike it, would everyone else be willing to consider that, or is it better just or is people sentiment just saying, well, we don't have it here now and we should just move forward with what we have? So that's kind of a question to the maker of the motion.
Yeah, I can respond to that. I think that there is actually ample opportunity for Larry to make those suggestions and have that influence within the context of the other proposals that we have. I'm not sure if we need a whole nother proposal that tries to create another way to address the credits table, but that's just kind of how I'm seeing it. It's not so much that I don't think that his issues need to be addressed. I just think that we already have a mechanism for collectively addressing those issues.
Okay. All right, let's take a vote on this. The motion is to disapprove this proposal 237R. All in favor of disapproving this, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, I heard only one dissenting voice, so motion passes. This is disapproved, 237R. We are on to our next proposal, which is 229 Clipper.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. So this is Jeff Giffen. I'm sitting in for Clarence today. Hopefully, this can be a relatively quick proposal here. Listening to the group discussion, essentially what we're suggesting is that the energy code credits that were prescribed during the 2021 code were too light, and that they should be updated to better reflect what the energy savings potential is if buildings were to connect to low carbon district energy systems. And the reason I say this could be quick is because, ideally these calculations would be run by PNNL, which is something that's been in discussion today.
So just to be clear, the proposal is just saying, let's recalculate these numbers?
Correct.
Okay. That sounds like what we've all been talking about. You do propose some numbers, but you're saying they should be recalculated.
Yeah, our proposal, we put a methodology in there for how to calculate the numbers, and I can go through that. Basically, we aligned ourselves with the high efficiency domestic hot water service, domestic hot water, and building heating and cooling high efficiency credits. And we derated them by 25% to account for the fact that the definition of the low carbon district energy systems allows for 25% fossil fuel or electric resistance into it. And then we subsequently increased those by 10% and 20% efficiency improvements to reflect the improved low carbon district energy system efficiency factors.
Okay, and just to be clear, there's a different proposal that would rename low carbon energy systems to low energy district systems or something like that. And so
That's
this is not
correct.
about carbon, this is about energy use.
Correct.
And I guess if someone made a motion and it was to accept this and have PNNL recalculate all the credits, then it would be simpler than if we debated the actual credit numbers in the table today.
Shell, I'll do exactly that. I'll put a motion to accept Jeff's proposal and recalculate with PNL NL credits for this proposal, and to change any low carbon language to low efficiency.
Yeah, and that's part of other proposals, but that's I think understood.
I'll second that. You beat me to it, Eric.
Sorry about that.
I'd like to make a point of order here.
Please, Larry.
139 Kennedy, I thought we were going to do that next. That was on the sheet, at least the sheet I printed yesterday said 139 Kennedy after me.
Yeah, we did get out of order, Larry, because you were off the phone for a bit.
Yep,
So-
we called you to talk about 237 and you weren't here, so we moved to 139 and then we went back to 237 when you rejoined. So that was a postponed. 139 Kennedy was postponed.
Thank you.
Yep. So we're on 229 Clipper now. We have a motion and to accept this with the notion that PNNL is going to recalculate the numbers. Go ahead, Mike.
I don't know that I have a solution for this, and I think maybe PNNL or Johnny can work on this, but these two measures are the only two measures that have different tables in the heat pump table and the fossil fuel table, but don't have a prorating flag. So they don't work with the formulas. And I know the prorating is difficult because it is space and water heat potentially. Anyway, I think that becomes an issue here, is how there needs to be a different prorating flag to deal with this table.
Are you suggesting that you should have improved low energy district system for space heating and a different measure for water heating?
I don't know how I was going to propose, when the table credits were redone, that the credits be made the same between the two tables because they're very similar now. This proposal is proposing to have quite different credits. And so it just brings up the issue.
Okay, and I mean, since this is about heating, you would get water heating and space heating, you would get more credit on 4622 than you would on 4621. Is that correct?
Right. No, the issue is if part of your building is heat pump and part of your building is fossil fuel, we have a proration flag that based on capacity.
So just to clarify, in order to meet the definition of being connected to a low carbon district energy system, we're going to change that to a thermal energy network. I believe there is a requirement that 90% of the building system needs to be utilizing that as the energy source.
Yeah.
So the idea is that you're taking all of your service for a building from this energy source.
Yeah, I just say the tag should look at how the proration flag is working related to these. If we have credits, different credits. And yeah, if it's 90% of space and water, then it's all good.
Yeah, that's what, we were thinking.
So Mike, you're saying it's fine as is if it's over 90%, or do you still need a prorating flag?
I think you need to perhaps address it with the equation that says this, you don't use this for this Because which table would you use?
Yeah.
It's just a little unclear when you go through it, if you're using this proration approach, what exactly how you treat this. So I just want to make sure, and yeah, maybe this isn't the place to do it. It maybe needs to be done where the equations are done.
Okay, does that sound like, Jeff, that maybe a bit of work needs to be done on this?
It sounds like maybe not.
Okay. Okay, let's go to Poppy.
I think these are important considerations for developing the credits, for calculating the credits, but in the interest of streamlining our process, I want to confirm that we actually have a proposal within this proposal that we're discussing right now. And if not, maybe we should just have a resolution for having some kind of formal request for how we want PNNL to address this. So if the main component of this proposal is just to recalculate the credits and we're already recalculating the credits, then what is in this proposal that needs to be approved or disapproved?
Yes, good point. Yeah, we talked about having a resolution earlier. The resolution's not in front of us, but I think everybody here agrees that PNNL, we'd love it if PNNL would recalculate all of these things on the same basis, and I think we'll easily approve that when it comes forward. So we could approve this with the notion, and we have that motion to do that in a second. So we could simply vote on it now if we agree on it, or we could do something else. Andy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that makes sense in the sense of we've got the same issue on a lot of these proposals. So however we're going to kind of deal with the credit recalculation process, agree we should apply that consistently. The one other comment I was going to make is if we do need to think about this more explicitly now in terms of the prorating flag, I think it could make sense to split this into chunks of credits for applying, because there are different types of district energy systems that may be serving just heating loads or heating and cooling loads. So I think there could also be a way to split this into heating credits, space heating credits, space or water heating credits, space cooling credits, and then you just roll them up together if you're served by all three. So I think there's also a pretty easy pathway to deal with that as well.
Thanks, Andy. Greg.
So based on the Poppy brought up some good point about it's just recalculating credit. So I'm thinking I'm going to withdraw my second, and I think maybe the better route to deal with this would be to regarding the resolution. So we just have one resolution that covers everything for recalc, and then maybe we table this proposal, and if Jeff sees that there's ability to improve, like beyond just recalculating the credits, if there's an equation or change, then we'll maybe reconsider this as, you know, for whatever that change is. But then if it's just recalculating the credits, well, it's just a tabled thing that so that's what I would suggest.
Okay, you withdrew your second. Is there another second for the original motion, which is to approve this with PNNL recalculating the credits? Okay, I'm not hearing a second.
So then with that, I would first, before I make a motion to table, Jeff, does that sound like a reasonable thing to do for give you an opportunity, if there's anything beyond just recalculating credits, give you an opportunity to make changes for that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, what Andy suggested makes sense with trying to break it into the different space heating, cooling, domestic hot water credits, and then they can be all rolled up. So we can definitely go back and do some new calculations to break these out. That said, you know, last time that we went through this code cycle, a lot of stuff changed after the fact. And then that's kind of how we ended up with, like, 3 credits for basically a building that, is getting 90% of its energy from waste heat. And so I do worry that, like, by not being able to approve and move forward with something, we might get left behind again.
Well, if we table it, then we are, you have the opportunity to make any changes structurally to the code later on.
Okay.
And then if it's just the credit recalculating, if that's the only thing that ends up being the case, well, we'll cover that through. So I'll make the motion to table this, would tabling the best, or would it be best to do postpone? Or I guess I'll motion to postpone until this is resubmitted with content other than merely recalculating.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. The motion is to postpone until this comes back to us. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we are on to the next one. I'm going to strongly urge this tag not to postpone everything. We need to find a way to work where we get our work done, and not to postpone everything. We are highly technical people. There's always reasons why something could get better. There's a lot of public process after this. I'm going to strongly urge us not to postpone everything. We postponed most of the stuff we've talked about today. And then when we bring it back, we're going to spend another 15 or 20 minutes on it, talking about it. We have a lot ahead of us to do, and we're going to be meeting through the summer at the rate we're going. The next one is Dwayne Johnlin 170, but Dwayne is not here right now. Ray, are you?
Yeah,
on
I
behalf
was
of
going to
Dwayne,
ask
or
in
you
his
wanna wait?
behalf, since he's only had to step away for a couple hours. So if you could just put him on after lunch, just drop him down a few.
Yep, that sounds good. That
Thank
means
you.
we're going to 212 Thompson.
I'm here.
Thank
Ready
you,
whenever
Rachel.
you are. Hi.
You have the floor.
Hello, everybody. So hopefully this will be a quicker one. It shouldn't be super controversial either. This came up recently when I was working on a project for an assisted living building. I'm basically proposing that equation 419 that's referenced in section C406.214 be removed. Currently, it's being used to calculate the amount of credits that can be awarded to a project for using enhanced commercial equipment. Oh, sorry, enhanced commercial kitchen equipment. But the equation itself, it has a multiplier of 20 at the beginning, if you see in the middle of the screen. And then you multiply that by the area of the kitchen floor divided by the gross floor area of the building. And by nature of this equation, it limits the max possible amount of credits that the project can receive to under 20, which doesn't make a lot of sense considering that the table of credits for all of the different building types or occupancy groups varies from 18 to 31 credits. So it is my belief that the equation is being incorrectly applied. It's a copy paste from the 2021 IECC language. And at that time, that code language only required projects to achieve 10 C406 credits. This is a hugely different scale and also significantly less credits than what Washington State Energy Code requires for both 2021 and 2024 codes. Additionally, the 2024 code or the 2024 IECC code has already completely removed this equation. So to me, it makes sense to follow suit and also remove this equation, given that it was used, copied from a completely different document that had a different scale for credits. If you scroll down just a little bit, I added the specific example of this building. Oh, just a little bit up, sorry. So for a building, the assisted living building that has a kitchen area of 2,300 square feet and then a total gross floor area of 41,000 square feet, if you use that equation, you only achieve 1 point of credits for C406. So that's pretty minuscule compared to the max amount of points that you can achieve in this occupancy group, which is 31. So to me, it just seems like the equation is being incorrectly applied, and I suggest that we remove the equation entirely and just allow projects that are pursuing this credit for the enhanced commercial kitchen equipment to just receive the amount of points that are listed in the table. So go ahead and scroll down to the efficiency measure credits table. I have it highlighted in yellow. There's varying degrees of credits, 18 to 31. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. Open to questions, comments, concerns, but I just propose that the equation be removed since it is outdated.
Thanks, Rachel. I'm looking for specific code language in here and I'm not seeing it.
Oh yeah, go ahead and scroll down. My apologies. We're not to my section where I actually made the edits.
Okay, yes. Yep.
Okay, so it's right there.
Shall be determined based on the table and not based on that. Not based on the equation. Okay.
Yep,
I see
exactly.
that. So I guess that means if you have any commercial equipment, you could get all the points. Is that correct?
That's what I would propose. But I also understand that maybe just creating a different equation to prorate it, or if we don't want to give the full amount of points that the table offers, perhaps correcting the equation to have, instead of like the first multiplier being 20, changing it to the value that's in the table. It would still create an effect where you would be limited drastically by the amount of points that you receive, but it would be at least slightly more correct than what it is right now. So instead of 20, for this instance, since it's an all other building occupancy type, we would have the multiplier be 31 instead of 20.
The multiplier would be 31 instead of 20.
Right.
Yep. Okay. So that would maintain the equation, but just change the one number in AEECK.
Correct.
Okay.
That would still reduce the max amount of credits significantly, but I mean, at least the equation would be functioning more for this table.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
I'll lower my hand.
Okay, Nathan.
Yeah, I don't know why we ever scaled it by square footage of kitchen area to total building. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Like, if you build a restaurant, the kitchen is serving the entire building, but it's still a small portion of the floor area. So that's sort of why maybe just directing the formula makes more sense, because you would always be multiplying. Your kitchen area is always going to be a very small multiplier. So what was the point of the credits theoretically achievable in the table? It seems odd. Which is why I think I'm kind of on board with Rachel's idea of just striking the whole formula. It's gone from the 2024 IUCC. And the credit would be recalibrated per PNNL as we've been discussing.
Yeah. Thanks, Nathan. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, and I guess this gets into how finely you cut up the occupancy groups, but let's say you have a multifamily building with a commercial kitchen and a common area, and then the whole building gets credit for this. Or is this just A2?
I think that's why there is a formula, is so that you have two pieces of commercial equipment in a large building and you get a lot of credit.
Right. So anyway, it seems like you need the equation for a lot of building types.
I think if PNNL is recalculating this, the number of credits you'd functionally get from a building would be roughly the same, whether there's a formula or not. But the formula allows some prorating of area. I guess I see a benefit to having a formula. Because it allows more nuanced energy one-to-one ratio. But if the number is different, if the multiplier is 31 or another number, I guess that could be reasonable. Nathan.
Yeah, I mean, the simplest way then, if we want to maintain it as having some scalability based on how much of the floor area of your building is kitchen, which still feels a weird metric. We just replaced that 20 multiplier with a reference to the max point value that can be achieved in table C406.2.1, or however it gets split between fossil fuel and heat pump tables. So it's never, we still don't want it to be a constant. We want it to be a reference to the max points available for your occupancy type per the table.
Yeah, so if you're a group R1, there's 30 points in 46.2.1 or 2.1 parenthetical. You have 30 points there. So if you had AE, so if you use the example building of 2,300 square feet of a 41,000 square foot building, that ratio is about 1 to 20, let's say. 1/20th of your building is kitchen area. You have a total of 30 points available. I guess, yeah, I'm not quite understanding. It does seem like the equation would have the C40621 number in it somewhere, and I guess I'm not seeing how that number is incorporated in there. Is that seems like the crux of the problem is that number is not in the formula. So you just have 20 times area over area equals the number of credits you get, but the number of credits in the actual table isn't even part of that equation. Is that what other people are seeing?
Yes.
Okay, so it seems like if you added to the formula the number of credits in the table times 20 times, well,
In the
You
example
wouldn't
above,
need the
if you were
20.
then you wouldn't need the 20.
Yeah.
Well, but you would need some multiplier because no residential building is going to have 100%.
That's why you have the area ratio.
Yeah, but the area ratio is at most going to be 10 or 20% of a residential building, probably less. So then you would never be able to get. It seems like the formula right now doesn't allow you to get the maximum number of credits, even if you have a whole lot of commercial kitchen in a residential building or any type of building. So it seems like the equation needs work to me.
Yes.
But I don't see that in front of us. I guess I would need to see the numbers from C406.21 in the equation somewhere where the resultant number of credits you get equals the number of credits in the table times the area times some factor. So I guess I don't see a resolution in front of us today for that. Go ahead, Margaret.
Yeah, this wouldn't make it any simpler, I am sure, but it seems to me what you really need in there is a factor that accounts for the energy use intensity of the kitchen as compared to the energy use intensity of the entire building. And that's what you really want to prorate is what's the impact of that kitchen on the overall building.
Yeah, that's the ideal. We don't have that in front of us. Greg.
So maybe I have a potential solution. If I'm not, you know more, you're the architect, but isn't commercial kitchens occupancy B?
It probably is an accessory use.
if we are just, it's not a ratio of the floor area, but it's just like we don't award commercial kitchen credits to all the different types of occupancy. If it's just it's just if it's occupancy B, would that cover that? Because I mean, you're not in a residential, you're not going to have a commercial kitchen for each individual unit. Am I misthinking this occupancy thing?
For this specific example, it's for a retirement assisted living space. So the kitchen is a predominant use of the building. Cooking up 3 meals a day for all of the tenants who live in the space. So I think that there are cases in which commercial kitchen equipment is being used outside of Group B.
Yeah, we wouldn't classify the building, or yeah, it wouldn't be it'd be still an R1 building, which is I think why the area ratio makes sense. Larry.
I mean, there's so many variations of commercial kitchens, just like she said, you have the one in the retirement center that kitchen's going 24/7, probably, well, not 24/7, but it's going let's see, 3/4 of the day, okay, because they can have birthday parties, you name it, what, it's happening there, okay. And it almost seems like to me that the kitchen should be broke out of the building, okay, because if you go to like a Golden Corral, okay, and you look at the huge seating area that they have, and they've got a good sized kitchen in there, but that kitchen is, in order to produce what it needs to produce, it's a high energy use part of the building by far. There's just no comparison. Okay. And when you see those type of events happening, I'm almost leaning that the kitchen should be separated from the building, so you don't disadvantage the building because you're serving so many people with the equipment that's required to do the work. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Nathan.
I lowered my hand. I wasn't ready.
Okay, Kim.
I just wanted to comment on the occupancy classification question. Commercial kitchens can be Group A2 if they're associated with restaurants, or they can be Group B if they're under 2,500 square feet, or Group F1. So there's a few different occupancy classifications.
Thanks, Kim. And I guess for the example project here, where 2,300 square foot of a 41,000 square foot residential building would that be B occupancy within the R occupancy?
We were actually tagging it as all other, given that, one moment, let me find the code language. Oh, sorry, Group A2, wait. For buildings or areas designated as Group A2 or facilities whose primary business type involves the use of a commercial kitchen with at least one gas or electric fryer, all fryers, dishwashers, etc., may or shall comply with the following. So yeah, we were considering it all other. I believe that's written up in the example section as well.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. And we've done like performing arts centers that have a commercial kitchen is in there. Lots of churches have commercial kitchens. So there's lots of buildings that have that in there. Go ahead, Nathan.
Sorry, I was trying to pull open the IECC language, which is why I was not ready last time. So just to be clear, in 2024 IECC, how they've handled this credit, they have an equivalent credit, is they don't have a formula. You just get the points that you can read in the table, but they only make A2 occupancies eligible for this credit. So fundamentally, it is different than how this credit was set up in our C406 allowance.
Okay, and we don't have A2 as a group. It'd be all other, I guess. Okay. Do you have a resolution, Nathan? I guess you're saying you could get rid of the equation and just limit it to A2.
No, I mean, I think the quick cleanup is it was already based on square footage. Keep it based on square footage, but at least get rid of that 20 multiplier and reference the point value that's highlighted in yellow right now on the screen, right? So, but it doesn't solve the issue that doesn't really prorate appropriately for buildings that are using their commercial kitchen a lot more. There's no simple formula for that, I don't think.
Okay. Thanks. All right. I actually think that increasing the multiplier in the equation is not a bad solution, because you still have AEECK, which doesn't allow you to do more than what's in the actual table. I think increasing the multiplier would be a good choice for us. However, we might need more. We might need to postpone this if we're not comfortable with that. Go ahead, Mike.
I was going to suggest that we use a formula where AECCK is kind of, as it said here, the table credits. And so we have AECK times area K divided by area B. And then, I don't know, maybe a times 3. And that would equal the total credits. And that's basically saying, hey, this was calculated for a restaurant, and the total area is 3 times the size of the kitchen. So you would, in a commercial kitchen that was just a kitchen, you actually would be able to get a value 3 times larger than is in the table. But that probably is reflecting reality.
Thanks, Mike. I think we're to a point where we have lots of options, and maybe this needs to come back to us, or with some examples, or some people need to do some math in their spare time. Greg.
Since you suggested it, Chell, I'll motion to postpone. And I mean, the intent's not to postpone everything. I think there's a valid reason why we need to postpone this. So I would motion we postpone until this comes back as resubmitted.
Yep. Okay, we have a motion to postpone. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and I think the direction to the proponent is maybe a few examples of how this would work, and then I think what Mike said, what I've said, what others have said about getting the equation to better reflect the energy use. So all these are on recorded. So you can go back and watch what was said and come back with maybe 1 or 2 options for how we do this, as well as examples.
And feel free to reach out to individual tag members for feedback or running things by us. I think all our emails are public, or
they're not, but you can email Krista and she can connect you with people.
Sounds
Our
good.
emails are not public.
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. And I guess I was wrong on this one being quick. My bad.
We don't have short conversations around here. All right, Larry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I got my question is are we counting the refrigerated boxes that are outside of the building structure and the freezer boxes that are outside of the building structure? Are we counting that as kitchen area or not? That's because I see that quite often in the larger kitchens. The boxes are on the outside of the building, and I'm kind of leaning that that's not in the kitchen really. So that's my question to you guys, because that enters into the square footage of it all. You see?
Yep, that's a good point for Rachel. Kevin?
Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. If this is being postponed and sent back, I'd be interested in the proponent checking in, if they haven't already, on the efficiency thresholds for these appliances. They're currently the same Energy Star circa 2022 levels from current WSEC. The 2024 IECC has in it specific efficiency levels. It doesn't cite Energy Star or a different certificate. It implements the efficiency values specifically. I'm not familiar enough with the Energy Star ratings for each of these appliances to know whether or not it's the same as Energy Star circa 2022. But to the extent that there's any coordination and trying to align with the 2024 IECC, just would, I think it would make sense to take at least a first, if not a second look at those efficiency values. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, the motion is to postpone this, and we provided some feedback to Rachel, who will come back with us later. All in favor of the motion, say yes.
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 And opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. This is postponed. We are now going to, Dwayne, are you with us? Okay, we are going to, we already did 153. We're going to 258, Fowler.
Hey, good afternoon. No, it's not afternoon yet. Sorry. Good morning.
Very close.
It only feels that way. Yes, I'll do a quick overview of this proposal. It's a proposal to create a new C406 option, and it aims to reduce peak heating and peak cooling loads, which will lower building energy use, enhance building resiliency, and also help ease the demand on the electricity grid during peak events by focusing on optimizing the building enclosure. So it's a measure that's proposed for two places. First, as an energy efficiency or an efficiency measure credit, and second, as a load management measure also. The requirement is to limit the sum of peak heating and peak cooling to 8.0 BTU hour per square foot maximum. And that 8.0 value comes from the upcoming LEED version 5 credit, so that it's tied to a peer-reviewed document. To achieve the credit, for peak cooling load, that must be modeled even if air conditioning is not planned to be installed, so the provision is there for if in the future, if it is installed, that's included. The proposed credit values are just a placeholder, an approximate value. I'm assuming they would fall into the same discussion earlier for PNNL taking another review. And but they're based on just to try to come up with an approximate value. The existing option credits number 7, 25, and 26, those total together are those values. Those are the high performance Doas, the enhanced envelope performance 15% lower than the total allowable UA, and building air tightness, the 68% value. Feel those three are fundamental designs that most likely would be incorporated to reduce peaking and cooling loads. So that's the basis on using that as an example. Feel like using the sum of peak heating and peak cooling provides design teams and owners with some flexibility to optimize the building enclosure to find the most effective combinations for their building. And since this is also doing effective in terms of peak load management, that's why it's also proposed as that load management measure credit. The point values shown on there are completely arbitrary. If I was submitting it again, I'd just put in TBD. But that is a very quick overview, I'll stop here to see if there's questions.
Thanks, Mike. Other questions for Mike? Go ahead, Greg.
So how does this, we already have in our a credit for in our code for accepting real-time signals from a utility for load management. How does this differ from that existing measure that we have?
It reduces probably the need to send that signal. It's going to reduce the amount of energy needed at a peak time. It's another measure or step to do that way.
So my understanding of that measure that they have, the existing one, is, I mean, it's that they're going to actually respond. You know, I mean, they have to provide means for it, and then they actually have to respond. But I mean, we don't explicitly state how they respond to the demand on the existing credit. I do like what you have here to actually specifying that they are going to reduce load, but I see there's maybe some sort of connection that needs to be matched up, because I mean, how do you know when's peak and when's not peak? So I see some synergy. I don't know if you have any thoughts on how to mash those two up.
If I'm understanding your question, I feel like they could be one. One could do either. One could do the what's existing already in terms of a signal that's tied with a grid and basically turning your system off or up in the temperature 3 on the cooling side, or reducing it 3 degrees on the heating side. You could do that, and you can also do this. I think this provides more long term. It doesn't go through the building is basically going to stay stable and be able to ride through any peak heat or extreme cold. It's going to be able to ride through that at a very low level, and not really need to have any peak increase. So and I think it's what I'm trying to get at is, well, the most effective thing we can do in our building designs is to focus on the building enclosure. So I want to try to optimize that, and then we can always supplement on top what you're suggesting in terms of any additional utility signal grids, signal ties.
And I just wanted to clarify, I think you're onto something. Reducing peak is very, very important, but the true benefit of reducing peak is offsetting the building's peak so it doesn't align with the electricity usage peak. And that's where it's really important, because and so we may just having a plain level for the whole building is I mean, that's an improvement, but that's like good, but better is if you actually have a dip in your usage during utility peak, because that's where we have a huge problem with not enough power, and that's also when the carbon emissions are at the most on the grid, is when we have peak. So
And I'll say it this way: I don't believe that, based on what we've modeled, that this does not have a peak. It's not going to have any peak that is anywhere close to any other existing building or recent construction. If you design to these minimal peak heating and cooling loads, there is not going to be a peak or demand on the grid. They don't have that rise or fall. They just, if they do, it's so much lower than anything else that it doesn't really actually. But that's why I feel like it's strongly grid friendly.
Yeah, I guess the point is of this is, if you design a tight enough, good enough envelope, your peak, if you have one, is a lot lower than it could have been in an equivalently designed building. A building can have a bunch of glass and okay walls, decent walls according to the energy code. But if you design with better walls, more tightness, less or better glazing, you will inherently have a lower peak load. And if everybody did that, then the grid would see a lot lower peak loads as a whole. Is that
correct? I mean, we've modeled cooling loads to 2018 Washington State Energy Code, and meeting this value, that it's a third the demand needed. So it's not going to strain the grid.
how does this compare to passive house levels of peak heating and cooling?
Depends, because Passive House US allows, based on your building size configuration, so it could range anywhere from 6 to 9 in terms of a sum.
Okay, but it's in the range of passive house.
It's touching it. It's coming close. I don't feel that it is. The projects we have tend to be like 6 or 7 that we've seen. So it's very good, but it's not fully a passive house level.
Okay, Ben.
Thanks. And yeah, thanks, Meg, for submitting this intriguing proposal. I had a question regarding what factors this proposal, or maybe the baseline like lead credit, takes into account for internal loads and like internal plug loads and things that for spaces like a commercial office building or something like that have a huge impact on the cooling loads. for the building. And what would be the strategy for a project that's submitting for this credit to show how they're going to meet their assumptions for internal loads? Thanks.
Mm-hmm. That's a good question, because the various building types, multifamily, high density office, can have, I mean, I'm feeling that as part of standard design, I mean, Ben, you can correct me here if I'm going off base, but would you not have a basic ASHRAE level that says this is your internal heat gains based on this occupancy type?
You could use like a typical assumption. However, like depending on who the client is or what the target market is, you might need to account for higher plug loads or something like that based on who may be using the space. So I think it would be interesting to look at ways to either separate out the internal loads or other means to make sure that a project isn't undercounting what the actual building internal gains are going to be versus what the actual use case scenario might be.
I have one question before we move on, which is, I mean, before we move to the next person, but that is, we are using a kind of 1-to-1 energy use ratio for our credits in general for now. And peak heating and cooling load reduction seems like you're reducing energy use, but because you're designing smaller systems inherently, but I don't know how that translates into an energy use number that could be easily calculated. Do you have thoughts on that, Mike?
I mean, if you reduce demand, you're gonna reduce energy.
Yep.
And to kind of like, I don't know, not trying to oversimplify it, but
I agree with that statement. I guess we're asking at some point PNNL or somebody else to ascribe an amount of energy use reduction to a series of
okay.
envelope first measures.
Yeah.
And so we would need to communicate with them something about that so they could calculate the energy use of it.
Yeah, I mean, in their models and their prototype models is, there's assumed code minimum based on prescriptive would yield what is the peak heating, what is the peak cooling load that is a code, and they could calculate how much by eliminating both of those down to 8, what is that, potential energy savings.
Okay.
And that's why I was trying to kind of touch it to, like, if you make a better envelope and you reduce air leakage and you go to measures of heat recovery, ventilation, those are typical things you would do to try to reach these measures. And we've already established some point values for those. I feel like that I think it's PNL can handle it.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Larry.
Yeah, so Mike, that would require, to get these additional credits, that the equipment would only be able to do these BTUs. So your BTUs stated, the equipment would be set up so that it cannot exceed those BTUs. Okay, so if you credit out all these eight BTUs, and let's just say you have 100,000 BTUs in this building, your equipment would be designed at 100,000 BTUs. So there's no way you could exceed that amount of energy. So the grid would be where it's calculated at. That's what I'm asking.
Might need you to rephrase that because I didn't catch what you're trying to go at.
Well, what I'm saying is that if you're building with these credits and your targeted BTUs is 100,000. So we wouldn't put a 125,000 BTU piece of equipment in there. We would put 100,000 BTU piece of equipment in there, so it can't exceed the number. So we do get that amount no matter what.
Yep. I think he's saying, if Larry, I'm trying to put this into code language, saying the installed equipment could be no greater than this number, right? Because this is right a calculation, but the whole idea is the installed equipment couldn't be greater than the numbers you calculated, or could not be significantly greater than that, because I know equipment comes in specific sizes and you don't order, you can't order an exactly 81,000 BTU thing. You probably have to have it more incremental. If I'm understanding very correctly.
Yeah, right. And then there's certain size ranges that exist for equipment. I mean, you're gonna have if your heating load is 4 BTU hours per square foot, I mean, if you have a 100 square foot room or 1,000 square foot room, your equipment is going to become whatever that BTU is, and you're going to size your equipment based on that. If your heating load is 40, it's going to be 10 times bigger. Your equipment size will need to deliver 10 times more.
Yep.
Capacity.
I think Larry is saying the code language should limit the installed equipment size to roughly what you calculate, so that you can't just make calculations and then install a bunch more.
I'll calculate it and oversize it times 5.
Yeah. All right, Ian, go ahead.
That makes more sense to me. Thank you.
Yep, Ian.
Yeah, thank you. I'm still trying to kind of wrap my head around the concept of this, and I know we have some other engineers on the call, and Ben had touched on it. I think the traditional way is when you're designing a building, you look at your envelope, you look at your internal loads, and you do a load analysis to size equipment, and the equipment size is what it is. And I'm thinking of this threshold you have of 8 BTUs a square foot. Typically we're designing a load around kind of a design temperature, winter and cooling, and a set point inside. And that calibrates what your equipment sizing is. I mean, is it kind of allowing for, to go a little warmer or a little cooler in winter? The sizing, is that driving your equipment sizing? Or is it like, oh, I did all this great efficient stuff, and it turns out my load says I only need 8 BTUs or less per square foot, and so I can meet these credits?
Your design criteria, your heating temperature, your cooling temperature is set per design. It's what have you done to your building envelope in terms of optimizing what is the proper amount of insulation that you would need, what is your glazing performance, do you want to put in external shading or try to do better solar heating coefficient? You're optimizing what is that building enclosure so that you can get that peak demand down to a value, a low design value. And in terms of like equipment size, I know for one project we have met these values. The equipment cost came down $600,000 because we were able to downsize and to smaller equipment. That's part of the goal, but that's your equipment sizing is based on all the design factors you would usually do. It's how do you optimize the building enclosure to meet these lower peak demands.
Yeah. As an architect, we do this kind of analysis on every project, and we ended up often saving money by reducing the size of the equipment and saving energy because smaller equipment runs more efficiently. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, so the units BTU dash hour, I mean, it's BTUs per hour. It's my understanding how we use the nomenclature in other code sections, so we should probably
Please correct, if as needed, please correct that. I've seen it like 3 different ways, so.
And then the same comment about there would need to be some limit on equipment sizing, because currently is written, it doesn't. You could provide some model that says this is your maximum, and then you could go install any equipment size you want right now, the way it's written. Would be my opinion of the code language. So there's nothing that limits the equipment sizing as written.
Thanks, Eric. Greg.
Yeah, I just want to bring up, if we go to table, and if we go to the integrated draft, table C406.3. And my concern is that we're counting, maybe we've already got this taken care of and already accounted for. Because we already have values for amount of insulation in your building. We already have abilities, so if insulation on the building envelope is going to reduce the amount of space heating required. We already have measures for storage, and then we have load management, and throughout the whole entire code, if you do a search, you'll find demand response or demand response signal or things like that. And this already has a means to actually take an account for limiting or shifting the peak demand to off-peak times. And so my question that I'm struggling with is, how does this differ? I mean, I'm totally for, and I see the need for getting rid of the peak demand, but if we're already doing it in other ways, like we already have means in the code to shift load to off-peak times, and we're already reducing the consumption through building envelope measures, and we can already shift load with additional storage, then what does this accomplish that we don't already have in our code?
Provides another option, just gives another tool in the toolbox.
I could see also maybe not being able to take 7 and this one at the same time from building thermal mass, because building thermal mass would also reduce your peak loads, or could reduce your peak loads depending upon how it's approached. I could also see some relationship between the code proposal on the table and the improved envelope and air tightness credits, such as that it is assumed that you're already taking those credits if you meet this target. So you don't get extra points as if you hadn't chosen to meet those targets. That would seem reasonable to me, because if you're going to meet this low peak load, you probably have already taken your UA reduction to a certain level, your air tightness to a certain level, and then you're going beyond that. Mike?
Just wanted to, bring up, as may have been partly, a couple people have touched on the edges of this. The assumptions used in the calculating peak load kind of matter. We got a pretty big interaction between the energy side of this and semi-heated and unconditioned spaces that still have to get credits, but they'll totally qualify for this as written and automatically basically be able to go through the code without doing anything else. And maybe that's okay, but just wanted to point it out.
So you're saying if you have a low energy space or a semi-heated space, you may just get these credits and then have to do nothing else.
Right. That's what it looks like to me. Depends a little bit whether you're doing fossil fuel or not, but certainly if you're doing heat pump.
Good point. Larry.
I would propose that we put something in the language that the targeted load and the equipment must be equal or close to it. Okay. But here's the other roost of the matter that I see that's coming up down the road. As each year goes by, we're going to have to check this, because we might be at that point by 2030. Okay. And so we're going to have to check this chart every year to make sure that by 2030, and we're trying to achieve that 70% reduction on our building envelope, that we might be at that point. That would be my only concern. I'm all for better efficiency, lowering the efficiency. And if this gets us better and people are willing to spend the money, I think it's a great idea. But I think we've got to put the wording in there that the equipment cannot be exceed. And when you do the design work, as much as I've done, there's always some fat in there. Okay. And that's what I found out. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Eric.
Hey, Chal, just one quick side
Oh, sure.
question. In terms of equipment sizing, I feel, and would have to go do a quick search, but I feel like that we do have something within the energy code that says based on sizing, you can only upsize it a certain percent or a certain value. I feel like there is something in there, but I don't know where exactly it is. And someone can answer that later. I want to let Eric have his comment.
But that allows you a lot more than what you're asking for. Okay, that's what I would tell you. Okay.
It would have, if you've gone to that effort and you're seriously
Okay.
oversizing. Got it. Thanks, Larry.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
I think we have it in there somewhere that you have to go, you can go to the next larger available size. So if you calculate it's 89, but the next larger available size is 100, then that's the one you choose.
Okay. Thanks, Dwayne.
Yeah, so we could just have a reference to section C403.3.1, you know, that you can't, the code official is going to be checking the size of the equipment versus this load, right? That needs to kind of be implied or spelled out here. My other comment was, I guess, to follow up on Mike Kennedy's comment, you know, is this something that is for the whole building, that your whole building can't exceed 8 BTUs per hour, BTUH, or is this on space by space calculation? And so you can get, like you're saying, you can take all of your semi-heated space of your building and you can get enough credits because you only need so many credits in this path. You know, so if this is a whole building calculation, it's a very different compliance than if it's just a space by space calculation.
And Eric, space by space, you're being more of is it a group B, group M type of
I'm
space
saying
by space, or because its original
let's say
intent
I
is
have a
whole
building
building.
that's half warehouse and half office, and my warehouse is designed to be less than 8 BTUs per square foot. And so, and I only have to get so many points, load management points. And so I can do this in my warehouse and I can get enough points for my whole building. And I don't have to do anything in my office. And so I haven't changed my design one bit because I'm only heating my warehouse to 45 degrees and I get all my load management points for the office that's next door.
Potentially might not apply to, if I understood correctly, potentially not apply to semi-heated spaces. I know your warehouse example could be one thing.
I'd like to add a bit of language to what we see on the screen, just so we can start talking about what we've been talking about for a while, but seeing with actual code language on it. And that would be for each of these sections that we see here. Like, let's just take one of them and add some language to that. After installed, at the end, it would say, equipment cannot exceed sizes per C403.3.1, if that was the section that Eric referenced. Was that correct, Eric? C403.3.1?
Ben sent me that section, but I'm searching the 2024 code.
Okay, and then after that, it would be, this must be based on a whole building calculation and is not available for semi-heated or low energy spaces.
Yeah, it looks like that's, yeah.
On a whole building,
Must be spent on whole building loads and is not available for semi-heated or low energy spaces. This is what I'm trying to collect what we've been talking about and put it into code language. And that this would apply to, I guess, each of these 3 sections that Mike is proposing.
So I'd propose it saying the output capacity of heating and cooling equipment at the very beginning of the first sentence.
yeah, I'll move it.
Okay.
Cannot exceed such size as dictated by C4 3.3.1.
Yeah.
So that'd be the first sentence. Okay. So now the language in front of us. Let's talk about it.
Sure.
Go ahead, Mike.
This would be the only measure that's limited to whole building. And it seems kind of counter to what the direction has been by the council. Eliminating the low energy and semi-heat spaces, I think, takes care of the problem. And you might be able to just do that and not mention anything about whole buildings.
Okay, so like if your retail space in the bottom of your residential tower and you're prorating the points and all that, is that what you're thinking about?
Yeah. Well, and even in the warehouse, you know, if the office, you know, the 60% that's office could meet this, they should be able to get credit for it. They
Okay.
just couldn't include the low energy or semi-heated spaces.
Okay, we could eliminate the whole building requirement. I just was trying to collect it and put it into code language. All right, let's hear people's thoughts on the exact language in front of us and whether it's good or whether it should be thrown out or whatever. Larry, go ahead.
My concern is you have this big, huge glass foyer, and then your others are a little bit lower. I think it should be in such a manner that even that foyer, we should not exceed each space, exceed those BTUs to get this kind of credit. So it's not an average of the building. This is what it takes to do those spots. Okay. You see what I mean? So you could be 3 BTUs over here and then 6 BTUs here. The thing would be that you do not exceed the BTUs that's stated here for the space. And you might have an exception there for a kitchen.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Larry. Robbie. Robbie, I don't hear you yet. Still don't hear you. I still don't hear you. All right, Nathan.
I guess my biggest issue is we still haven't solved the double dipping. That so much of this would be covered by other credits in the C46 table.
Yeah, I think our instructions to PNNL when they modeled it would be to assume that you're taking all the or a bunch of the UA and glazing improvement and other credits already. So that
we just need to exclude that you can't take this and, I mean, explicitly state the credits that are you're no longer eligible for individual credits, but I don't know, maybe that's too restrictive.
Yeah, I think that needs to be thought through.
No, we do that with other credits. We say you can't take this simultaneously with the following other credits. And I think before anybody could vote on this, we'd have to make sure that those restrictions were in place.
Yep, I think that's true. So that means we probably won't vote on this today, but we've got some progress on it. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, just wanted to make sure that the intent is correct there. It says limit sum of peak heating load plus peak cooling load to 8 BTU. So Is that mean that you're really talking about like 4 BTU for heating and 4 BTU for cooling? Or are we talking, is it, you know, the
It could be
limit of,
7 heating, 1 cooling, 6 heating,
Right.
2 cooling. It's provide the flexibility. It could be 4 and 4. Depends how you want to, where you are in the state and what your building is. Gives them flexibility.
So that's a pretty aggressive target there. So, you know, that'd be a difficult one to meet, I imagine, but sounds good.
I don't know. I've done it more than 5 times. So,
Robbie.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
I hear you.
This doesn't seem like it's tied to conditioned square foot unless that's applied somewhere else.
Per
So
square
you just-
foot. Okay.
yeah, instead of
so-
gross. Yeah. That's a fair point, Robbie. No exceptions, or no, I don't think I don't have any exceptions, just including, say, conditioned square feet.
Okay. I'm going to suggest we've taken a, Nathan and Jeff, you still have your hands up, but you spoke recently, so I'm assuming they're inadvertent hands up. Okay. I think we would need to figure out what things you could or couldn't take this with as far as other things in the C406 pathways. And we would need to add some language. This cannot be taken with credits, whatever, and whatever. Mike, if you're willing to do that in the next hour or two,
I'd say it's number 7, number 25, number 26. You can't double dip on those.
7, 25, and 26 per the 2021 code, or per the integrated draft, rather.
It should be on the integrated draft.
721.
But it still adds 80%, the total UA 15%, and air leakage at 68%.
Seven 21.
7, 25,
21 on the
26.
integrated, and these are on the. So when I'm in table 40621, 21 is service hot water distribution right sizing.
It's not 21, it's 25.
25 and 26. Okay. Yep, 25 and 26. And then 27 is also enhanced reduce air leakage, which would be, you might want to include 27. Do you want to look up 27? See if that's.
It falls into the same category. Yeah, I just feel at a minimum, yes, I'd say correct, because at a minimum, I feel people would use 26 to make it, to get to that level. They may need to do 27 as well. So please include.
Okay, so 7 high performance Doas, 25 enhanced envelope performance, 26 and 27 are both enhanced air leakage, and those are the basis of this credits per your calculations.
Correct.
Okay, and I think we would add this language to this section and then also to the section just below it. Okay. All right, this has been good.
Sorry, I want to make sure my comment doesn't get lost. We didn't actually change anything on the text, but Mike was saying he would accept adding
Conditioned.
like of conditioned floor area to the end of the metrics there.
Conditioned floor area, yep.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Eric?
My earlier comment about BTUs per square foot, we should match how that's.
Oh, BTO slash square foot or BTU slash hour.
And hour is with a single H in the other sections of the code, and then it's feet squared is how it is. It's not square, SF is not used.
BTU H is in one word per square foot. BTU per H per square foot.
So anyways, now it's
And
close enough.
Per
At least
square
has-
foot, right? Not times square foot.
Well, in other sections of the code, they're saying you're below the dash, and so the H is times the square foot.
Oh, because it's in parentheses.
Anyways, Krista,
Okay.
I sent you a clip of what it looks like in other code sections, so you just want to match that.
Yes.
Okay, so the question is, we've done some work on this today. Do we want to vote it on it today? I think we have much better language than we started. I'll leave it to the tag to make a motion to accept this, or with the notion that PNNL or somebody else will recalculate the numbers. Or we could postpone it, or we could do something else with it. So I'll leave it to the tag to make a motion to do something.
I would make a motion to accept it.
I'll second that, Larry.
Okay, we have a motion to accept as modified and a second. Is there further discussion on this? Eric, your hand's up. Okay. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much, everybody, and Mike for proposing it. We are going to take a lunch break until 12:28. So 15 minutes. I'll see you in 15 minutes, and we will get through all the rest of the proposals as best as we can. Thanks.
Thank you.
It said 12:28 instead of 12:26. So I'll give everybody that's what I remember saying at least. So I'll give everybody a couple more minutes. All right, good afternoon and welcome back. All right, we are moving on to Dwayne. Are you around?
I am around here. And which number are we on?
170, thermal imaging of the building envelope.
Okay, so I brought this one forward as a potential additional credit available for those who want to go and double check their building envelope using thermal imaging camera. The idea is that you can easily see where there are air leaks and gaps in the insulation and other kinds of bridging, glancing at a thermal image. So you're going to ensure a much a much better insulated building by using this. And it like many of these other proposals for C406 just had some placeholder values in the table there. The idea being that we would refine those through work on with PNNL as we go along. Just that in yellow there, and that's pretty much it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Greg.
Two questions. Is there a desire to have, or should we make a note in there that the improvements have to occur and thermal imaging occurs prior to the cladding being put on the building? So that way, because once the cladding goes up, it's hard to make, mitigate challenges. So is that worth including or noting, or?
Well, that I left unsaid, which means that I think if you're a smart contractor and you're going for this credit, you would do it first, and otherwise, often these are being done on the completed building, and you're right, you'd have a tougher time getting back in there. If I have seen thermal images now of buildings where obviously they didn't insulate that space between the bottom of the window and the floor line, in a particular stripe, it stands out like a sore thumb. Those are easy things to see, but this would be left up to the discretion of the construction team when they wanted to do that.
Okay, and then the second question is, when it comes to inherent into this measure, which is a great idea, inherent is that buildings are not going to achieve the full efficiency of whatever the envelope measures they chose. Is it worthwhile? I mean, when we have P&L calculate this, is it worthwhile having it stated that this is based on X percentage, and maybe that percentage is determined by P&L, but this is a percentage that we're assuming that of whatever measure they choose, they're not going to reach it. They're only going to get 90% or 95%.
Right. I'd considered that maybe the proper way to do this would be to say, if you don't do a thermal imaging, you have to assume that your building envelope is a certain percentage worse than code, just because you haven't been able to go back and double check. But I'm not sure if you were posting that as a question or a proposal for.
No, just more of a question. I mean, I like how you have it set it up as an extra credit, and maybe that's just a detail that we have P&L include in their calculation. You know what I mean? Because when they do their calculation, they'll show their work, and then once we have that assumption, then that'd be a great way to capture it.
Right, and I think that there's literature out there about the frequency of gaps in the air barrier and gaps in the insulation, and we can estimate from those. This did start out as a proposal to go into the base code, but one thing that stopped me from going that direction was that there's just not enough experts in thermal imaging to go around at this point in time. So this would have to be something that would just be a credit where you knew you could get somebody that could do the imaging.
Yeah, well, good approach. That's all I have to say on this. Thanks, Dwayne.
Thanks, Greg. Andy.
Thank you. And I think you somewhat addressed my question responding to Greg, but I just wanted to hear a little bit more about the intent. I'm seeing this as just language to do the testing. I'm not seeing any language about time frame. So just to confirm, the intent is not to require any sort of reaction to the report. It's just to complete the report. Is that correct for the intent of this as a credit?
That's correct. It would only requires that you do the imaging and that you report that to the building official and the owner. Yeah.
Okay, then, and I don't think this is a proposal for modifying the code language, but I really like Greg's comment about, can we incentivize or encourage people to do this at the most effective point in time in the construction sequencing to achieve outcomes? Because obviously, if we're asking owners to do these extra things and spend money on them, we want them to get benefit and value from it. What would be the best mechanism to have some sort of, like, I like how SDCI has informative notes. Is there any mechanism that we could use similarly where it's not code language, but maybe like gives project teams some pointers on how to best utilize this? I'm not sure that there really is, but I think there could be value. And if we find some way to do that, to give teams a little bit of kind of help with that, but not make it explicit code language requirements.
And I'm with you there. And Washington State doesn't do those little aside notes. I think we should, but yeah, the way we've handled it, in Seattle is we've got not only the notes in the code, but we've got those tips we publish to clarify how to do things. And no, this would be, I'm presuming that somebody who's going to elect to go for this credit has some idea of what they're doing to start with and would not make foolish choices, but no guarantees there.
Oh, and I'm sorry, just one quick clarification on my comment. I'm rereading this now and seeing the language of there is some language of
Oh, yeah, that
sorry
says
here,
that
the
it must have
report
been
includes
corrected.
documentation of correction. So there actually
Right.
is some language in
Yeah,
here
I'm
for
sorry.
correcting faults.
I was misstating it too. Yeah. So we're saying you're saying that we're saying that the report comes in and it says here's the places where you need correcting faults, and then the next sentence says you got to have some confirmation that the faults were corrected, and that would all go to the building official before you got your sign off on these credits.
And is that just a written response that corrections have been provided, or do you have to do follow-up thermal imaging?
I did not require a follow-up thermal imaging in this, just with a view to not wanting to double the cost of the measure.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Eric.
Hey, Dwayne, I just want to first say this is a great proposal to the whole tag. As a person who has been part of these tests for the last 11 years, couple things. I just want to make sure the tag knows how it actually works one of these barrier tests. We do use thermal imaging right now to find leaks. So this would be on a standard building. We're trying to get 0.25 CFM below 0.25. If we have, say we're over a 0.2, 0.32 or 0.4 during the actual test performed by the building envelope consultant, we do use thermal imaging. So it sort of seems like it might be redundant, but saying that, having additional credits where we would actually get a report and try to get credits and try to, take those credits to, meet the energy efficiency credits. This is a phenomenal proposal tag. I would hope that it passes, and I want to put a motion on the floor right now to pass this motion as is.
I'll second that.
Thanks, Eric. And could I just respond that if you've been doing this for a while, you've probably seen the situation where one of the trades pulled some insulation out in order to put in the electric sign or something, and then somehow it never got back in.
I could give you a perfect example. I don't want to leave that, but yes, very similar to that. It was with electrical conduit going from a parking level to a first level. Yes, seen that firsthand. We used thermal imaging to find that, and it worked.
All right.
So,
okay, so we have a motion to pass this as written and a second for that. So let's hear people speak for or against the motion. I do have one question for for anyone who knows, which is, can you really do thermal imaging any time of year, any time of day?
No.
Or would this
No.
limit people if they're trying to get there?
It does, Shell. You need a temperature differential in the building. So we always try to do this or our testing at dusk to get that temperature differentials. And I saw you had 18 degrees on there. I'm not an expert there. That's like an RDH, but you have to have a temperature differential. It's a little bit easier when it's cold out. So maybe even in nighttime testing, but it can't be in the middle of a day on a 90-degree day. It would be very difficult to do that in the middle of
This
summer.
isn't going to preclude anyone from testing it in the middle of the summer when it's, hot in the day and not too. I just don't want to, preclude anyone from being able to do this because of the exact, time when their building gets enclosed.
Remember that this is something that's voluntary, so people have to do that. But I have seen a situation where somebody was requested to fire up the heating in the building as high as it would go to stretch that out. But this was the consultant I was working with said 18 degrees is the standard minimum.
That's good. I just wanted to confirm that. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Nathan.
One, I feel like forcing the team to make the corrections, well, that is obviously what they should do. It makes it seem less you're essentially saying opt into this credit and give yourself more homework right as you're trying to get your certificate of occupancy. I think that's going to decrease people trying it, personally, just a thought. But also, I'm a little hesitant to think of how PNNL is going to come up with any sort of this will save X% more energy. I mean, is it really fair to give them a task where they have to like go research. Like, it's one thing to say like how much energy do we save if you improve efficiency in equipment. It's another to be like, hey, go do research and figure out how much percentage we can improve an envelope's performance by doing an investigation. I mean, I don't know. It seems pretty open-ended to me how we would get points for this.
Thank you. And I do not presume that they would be willing to do all that work. I think if this goes forward, then that would probably fall to me and any other volunteers I could get to help. But there's literature on leakage and there's literature on insulation gaps that I've seen. And maybe between those and some other local experience, you don't have to make it perfect, but we can get in the ballpark of the number of credits that this is worth.
Thanks, Nathan. Larry.
Yeah, we use imaging quite a bit, and there's going to be a large percentage of the time you're not going to be able to use this, okay, because you're not going to have the differential temperature that you need. But here's my first point is you ask for an insulation inspection on the job. So the inspector should be doing the job of making sure that the insulation is where it is and how it should be put in. And then on top of it is what you're going to have to rip out the walls probably to fix this. That's normally what's required. Okay. So you're going to have a pretty good expense, but why would it got passed through inspection to begin with? So we're assuming that that the building isn't being insulated to the standards to the spec. And I would hope that wouldn't be done. I mean, you could probably find a few exceptions here and there, but pretty much most of the inspectors over here in the Spokane area, they do a pretty good job. And so, I mean, we use thermal imaging, but it's normally after radiant floors leaked or the walls or something's got a problem in it, but it's mostly for older stuff. Most of the new stuff is pretty good. And so to justify this and then to have it when it would work real well in the wintertime. Vista does that all the time. But in the summertime, when you're in the hot of your building situation to get this done, I think you'd have a problem doing it. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Brett.
Yeah. Just whether the tag has challenges with the words significant air leakage and significant thermal bridges, whether that word is giving inspectors and contractors and owners enough latitude for compliance. I think gaps in insulation maybe is sufficient.
Could I can respond to that. Earlier on, I was trying to put a number to these things, and I was advised to like back off from that because it was going to be really hard to check, and we didn't want to be talking. If you just talk about gaps, then there are 1/8 inch gaps, and then there are 2-inch gaps, and those are really kind of different things. So no, I left it somewhat vague that it's significant is in the eye of the beholder, but I'm open to some other idea, but that's I wanted to just make sure that it wasn't just that you didn't have some local code official who was just like hounding you for every little tiny slice.
And so if a project elects to take this option, it'll show up on the web tool report for compliance, and if they check the box and get through to the end and meet the box, then C of O isn't going to be a problem. But if they fail this and elect not to fix it, then I guess it would hold up their C of O.
Right, they'd have to get some other credit. We already have this problem with air barrier testing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's where
people get really optimistic and say, sure, 0.17, that's going to be no problem, and then it turns out to be a problem, and we had to negotiate a settlement then.
Okay. And then, some buildings are incredibly large, and the language right now is entire building thermal envelope. And so even if there's a consistent wall construction or roof construction that goes on for hundreds of thousands of square feet, the language right now says you have to picture the entire structure. So,
right.
okay.
And that I think is okay because it's going to always be proportionate to the size size and cost of the building, it's hard to predict where the problems are going to show up. Maybe it's going to be on that top floor, maybe it's going to be in the garage entrance, wherever those issues are. I can't see how you. Well, I did not set this up to do a spot checking kind of arrangement.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thanks.
Thanks. Andy.
Yeah, thank you. I want to agree with the comments that Nathan made a bit ago and that Brett was just making as well about, I think this is a really great credit. I love that this is shifting things towards outcomes in buildings, real performance. But I do worry that this being a credit that occurs during construction and has a high level of risk associated with it, of if you do the testing and then you do find these things and it costs a bunch of money to fix, and now they're stranded in this situation. Owners don't like that risk. And so I do worry that nobody's going to go for this credit because of the risk associated with it. Would it be possible to maybe split this into 2 credits, where the first credit is just you do the thermal imaging and have the report, and it's a small amount of points, it's 1 point or whatever, and then there's the bulk of the points you get for implementing corrections to the report or something, where then you're incentivizing, rewarding that, but still giving something for people that do the testing to somewhat mitigate the risk? Would you be open to something along those lines? I think this is great, and I would love if we could encourage teams to do the testing.
Your proposed solution doesn't fix the problem then that they've got to the end of the thing. What I've observed in, since we started doing air barrier testing is that the good contractors have really learned to ride herd on subs, and the subs know what they're doing now, and they really want to avoid that problem, and so they've come up to the task. So I'm guessing that something similar will happen, and like was mentioned before, that this has already been inspected, but I'm worried about the people coming along and messing with finished work, or something that just wasn't visible when the inspector was in there. It's hiding behind a duct or something. So no, I would not consider splitting it into 2, and I don't think that would solve the problem that you originally raised.
Just one other quick thought on that is, I think that there can be value even in just the owners seeing the issues on this building for their next development too. I know that doesn't go towards a specific building's code development, but just anecdotally, with the increased stringency on the air barrier C406 credits, I've not worked on a single project that's pursued those as credits once they crank down below that 0.25, because there's too much risk with it. There's other credits to get. So I do think that I love this credit. I don't think anybody's going to use it because there's too much risk.
As the general contractor representative, I could answer that question.
Please.
I would say every project that is going on right now that's large is going to try to get the reduced to 0.17. I think it just shows QA, QC. I know the contractor I work for, we give that credit for free on every large, just because it. So I the other one though, the 0.12, absolutely, you're right. No one takes that credit, but the 0.17, we have enough documentation now that we're easily hitting those numbers.
From
That's
the
great.
architect
That's great
viewpoint,
to hear. Thank you.
We've when we pursue these credits for this kind of thing, and then the increased air tightness, we make sure that's communicated to the entire team, and it does improve practices. We finished a project and it tested at 0.06 CFM for the Seattle Energy Code air barrier test, and it just is diligence, and I think we do this on many projects, but when we, if we choose this as an architecture firm, we are going to communicate that widely, because it does require it to be completed. And that just means our envelope consultant and contractor and our CA folks, they're looking for stuff that they wouldn't otherwise look for, or that they are now heightened to look for because of that. So I think people would go for this, and I think it would help change the industry for the better. Irina.
Hi, thank you. Dwayne, I think it's an excellent proposal. I think the projects that I would select to go for these credits have to plan for this credit upfront at the very, at the very beginning of the project. So that's their goal to probably will go hand in hand with the reduced air leakage credit. That will just result in better architectural details of a building enclosure up front. If they know that they want to target this credit, they will just do a better job and sealing all the details, and ideally it will result in better craftsmanship during the construction phase. I noticed how energy codes started moving towards, like adding elements of building enclosure commissioning process from a cycle to cycle. So I see it's a logical continuation of this trend. I would fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. All right, I'm seeing that we're moving towards consensus. Nobody has suggested any changes that have been written down in front of us, so I feel like we're getting ready to vote unless anyone has any substantial comments about how it needs to change or wants to change a word or two. Go ahead, Greg.
Well, I agree. This is phenomenal. I just wanted to quickly compliment Dwayne on thinking through this so well. I mean, yes, there's ambiguity, but I mean, I think that's kind of probably, as we've discussed, that's probably the best way. And even if a contractor does not fix what's identified, it's still a stick that the owner can go back to the contractor and say, you didn't build the building per specs. Here's the thermal imaging report. And then the loss of, and then they'll withhold some money for a retainer, and that will motivate the contractors to fix in the future. And just for everyone, this has probably been stated by several people, but just to clarify, it's not where these mistakes occur is not because a contractor didn't insulate like they're supposed to. It's usually the subs that do it, and subs are always, oftentimes, they're doing what's easiest for them, and they'll you already have something installed, and they'll just cut it out and put their thing in there, and they won't care that they actually made a big giant gap around their ducts and their pipes and their conduits, and or they remove some stuff, and then the superintendent doesn't catch it, and the subs can be really good at hiding things that don't get caught. So this is a really good way to address that. So all I was saying is just want to compliment Dwayne for such a good submittal.
Thanks, Greg. Larry.
I'm having a little hard time with it because, I mean, you're going to take the camera and go around the windows, and we said it's okay not to insulate around the windows. I mean, you're going to have mold there and everything else over time. But here we're going to put a thermal camera around it to try and pick up the cracks. So I'm having a hard time. Which way are we trying to go here? I mean, to me, it was ridiculous about what was said about the windows to let them go. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, I believe we have a motion and a second to move this forward. So let's vote on that. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Dwayne. Lots of compliments on that one. Next, we are off to, that was 170. We're off to 225. So Clipper again, and this will be
yeah. Yep. Hey guys. Okay, so we talked previously about changing the definition from the low carbon district energy systems to thermal energy networks. This code proposal is kind of a little bit cart before the horse in that the proposal GP1224 is the one that actually changes the definition, but this would be how it would be implemented in the section C406. So I don't know how you guys want to deal with that. If you want to just go ahead and address the whole definition change right now, and then we'll take care of this as well.
Yeah, since it wasn't, that's not on the agenda today, is it?
It is not, no.
Okay. Well, let's bring it up and look at it just for a context. What proposal number is that?
224.
You already got it? 224. 224. Page 2.
The 224 is definitions. And 224, I have it up on my screen, basically changes the title of the definitions. It doesn't change.
Correct.
Things that change the stringency or limit systems to different things. It's just a definitional change.
Yep. Yeah, and the rationale there is really just to kind of align with where things are going in terms of the EPCA ruling. I think that the 2066 and kind of just the more this is kind of where people are. It's just a better definition.
So we're not going to vote on this today because it wasn't on the agenda, but
okay.
I wanted to bring it up just for reference. Greg?
Okay.
I was going to ask if we could vote on both of them at the same time, but with that said, we could always come back to this one later, but I think this is pretty straightforward, and this terminology is already being used elsewhere. So since it's so straightforward, I just motion that we accept that 225 as noted.
224 is the one on the screen currently.
Yes, but 2225 is the one that was on the agenda.
Yeah.
So
you're
I
motioning
move that we accept this as is.
225. Motion is for 225, correct, Greg?
That is correct. That's the only one I'm allowed to motion on, right?
Yeah, yep. So 225 is on the screen.
And just so I understand where it's just taking the low district carbon and exchange systems and just changing that nomenclature to thermal energy network. Is that a correct statement, Jeff?
That is correct.
I second this motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second for 225. I see no hands up. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
I heard one no. Motion passes. So 225 is approved. We are now on to 230, which is also similar.
Yes. So yeah, that's also us. So this proposal is basically trying to address an issue that has come up with trying to develop new low carbon district energy systems. It's kind of a chicken or the egg situation where the existing code language basically says you need to have the system up and operating and demonstrate to the code professionals that that the system meets the requirements of the thermal energy networks. And the tricky thing about that is that you don't go and build a brand new thermal energy network for and just circulate water for a couple of years without any load on it, right? If you want to build a new system, you need to be able to have a building or a development that wants to accept that energy. So we're basically suggesting that there should be a pathway for new thermal energy networks to get built. And that basically requires that just like a building, you know, you would have to do an energy model to be able to demonstrate the efficiencies to the code, you know, to the local AHJ.
So the building would be served day one by the thermal energy network.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's not like a future system, it's just a non-existing system.
Yeah, it's a chicken and the egg. Like, how do you build a new system? Well, you don't build a new system unless you have a customer. Well, if you can't have a customer, there needs to be a way for a customer to be able to get, you know, code compliance by connecting with you.
Yep, that makes sense. Okay, Dwayne?
Yeah, I'm strongly opposed to this. We don't approve permit applications based on promises of future good behavior or future funding or third parties doing something they're supposed to do. And that's why when the low carbon district energy systems first came into view, this was just last code cycle, you know, I was insisting then that it had to be a real thing already that you could hook up to, not a proposal that may or may not ever happen in the future. Just the fact that you put it in an energy model is very very flimsy evidence of any energy efficiency.
Eric?
I want to give a slight counter to that. And Dwayne, no disrespect, but how are we going to get people to incentivize to actually put these in place? I mean, this is a benefit. I get what you're saying, that there's no tangible evidence, but if we give an energy model that shows that we're going to have savings here when we connect for a district system, I mean, I think there should be something that we have as a group or in the code that gives that incentive to the owners to actually do this. So that's just the counter of that.
Thanks, Eric. Larry? Larry, go ahead.
Yeah. You know, here in Liberty Lake, the water to good water is 80 feet. And they proposed a big, huge housing district to run off geothermal heat pumps off a geo system that would be in the streets running the water. And as all you had to do is hook your house to the water. And the energy savings is massive because there'd be one large pumping system that had multiple pumps for redundancy. And I think this is what you're talking about. And if you look at the charts, I mean, the COPs are into the fours, and it would be a great thing. And we're not talking little dollars here. We're talking major dollars. And if you have to build this system and hope somebody's going to hook to it, I mean, it'll never happen. And I would be supportive of this system, definitely, because it is going to save a lot of energy. And it does work. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Eric?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I agree that this is a needed proposal. We need new district energy systems. This is going to be a big part of decarbonizing existing buildings and also just energy efficiency for buildings if folks want to do that. So I think the letters AHJ should be changed to building official. I think that's what we use in other parts of the code. And so that would be an editorial correction I would recommend making. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I was just going to offer up maybe a compromise. What if the exception included a requirement that you actually had to purchase the water heat pump portion for the TENS network? So that way, if they're already installing the equipment in the building, so all they have to do is, yeah, the thermal energy network's not online yet, but since they already have the appliances in place, soon as that thermal energy network is built, it's not like they have to add new HVAC equipment. They just hook up to it.
It's Greg, Dwayne.
So if this district energy system doesn't exist at the time the building owner opens, they have to build another heating system or heating and cooling system that will be in the building. So it's not like this is encouraging people to do this. It's hellaciously difficult to get a district energy system started because of this problem we've been talking about. We tried it in Seattle for an entire decade with almost no success. But if you can just do an energy model and say, yeah, well, we're going to have a district energy system in the future, trust us, and use that instead of getting some other credits that really will save money. You can be giving away credits for air. That's why this is too shaky a ground to go forward with.
But Dwayne, does my suggestion, does that meet your concerns? Like if we had them to actually buy and install the appliances in the building, so that way it's not like they're buying the equipment after the fact when the TENS is built.
I'd have to think through that to know what the the relative costs were, because you're talking about putting in a heat exchanger and a pipe to the street, right? Or a pair of pipes.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's not just it's not a heat exchanger. It's usually a water source heat pump, because usually for TENS, a thermal energy network, you actually have individual water heat pumps that all feed into the same system loop. So it is a fairly expensive equipment they're installing, but just saying, hey, if you install so basically the building would be, and I'm using the acronym TENS for thermal energy network. You just say the building is TENS ready. It has all the equipment, and all you're doing is waiting for the utility or the, or if it's privately owned group to actually hook up the TENS.
I think I would go for that if there was an engineering design that showed how it connected up, and if it included the site work to take the connecting pipes out to the street.
Can I add some clarification to Dwayne's concerns?
Please.
So I think, Dwayne, you're thinking like a building could use this path and say there might be a thermal energy network that I might connect to at some point, so please give me points. But I think the intent here is just to allow simultaneous development of buildings and the network at the same time.
Yep.
So to what was just said about like requiring the water-to-water heat pump, that's not actually true about the heat pump part. This could very easily be a heat exchanger situation. But what I think you could add to this requirement is that you don't let the building shouldn't have no supplemental heating or cooling within it. So it will be entirely heated or cooled by the TENS. So that should eliminate your concern about them just putting in some other system.
So you're talking about the fact that they would not have another heating system in the building, but by the time that the building was completed, the TENS would be completed.
Correct.
That would be easy enough.
I mean, this is similar to what Jeff's company has done up in Port of Bellingham, right? They have a development that was somewhat simultaneously made with a district energy system and the buildings. And under that earlier code, it wasn't as stringent, and so I don't think they ran into these challenges. And they're just kind of forecasting that with the current code, they would have challenges showing C407 compliance for buildings that are part of the early development simultaneous with the thermal energy network.
Yeah, so I'm completely comfortable with if you wanted to modify this to say that no other heating system is installed.
Well, right
Well,
now the code says
I
90% has to be served, so that means 10%
that's right.
could be served in other ways, and that, you know, could be a booster probably pump or a heater rather, for, you know, hot water for dishwashers or you know, something else. I mean, it already says
Yeah.
90%, so I guess what Dwayne, you're concerned about, if I'm understanding it, is if they're not being built simultaneously on day one, what is the new building going to do for heating and cooling and water heating if the district energy system is not online? And are they going to just install the cheapest boiler they can to get them over the hump for the year or two? Or if the district system doesn't get built, it seems like some requirement in here that the district systems is being co-permitted and co-built would be reasonable.
Because the exception just says, you know, it's just a blanket exception for the whole section. So it doesn't say anything about the 90% or whatever. It's just, you know, if you can just model a district energy system if you want to. And I would, but if that was changed to say, and no other heating system was installed, or however you'd want to word that for the 90%, then that would put me back in a comfort zone.
Yeah, I think that exception is supposed to be relating to the paragraph just above it, where it talks about the documentation for it. Yeah.
Yep.
It's the operational part, right, that you're getting at.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, you can't document a system if it doesn't exist yet.
Correct.
Except through modeling. I can see getting rid of the word of the exception and just putting for new district energy systems after,
right,
as part of the previous paragraph, because then it's just saying you know, I think that would be reasonable. But we still haven't addressed the main issue here, I don't think. Go ahead, Larry.
You know, I don't think Dwayne understands, at least what we had proposed out here was, you know, you have water, sewer, and gas all out in the street, and they're all stubbed to the property line, okay? And so in the one for Liberty Lake, the whole complete system is put in the streets along with the water and the sewer, and it's all stubbed to the property line. It's ready to go, okay? And so you're gonna, before you bought one lot, the whole system is already installed, up and running, waiting for houses to be built, which doesn't take long anymore. And so I don't see how you could not grant these people that, because you could surely have, I'm sure there's something in that district that if you're going to build a home in there, that you would have to hook to that geothermal system. And but the thing I don't like about restricting people on backups, because everything can fail. And when it comes to heat pumps or geothermal pumps or anything like that, you need to have a backup there. So if it does fail in the middle of the winter and it takes a month to get the parts, you need to be able to keep that place warm. Okay. And so all of these that we design, we have 100% backup in case of failure, because ever since COVID, I mean, we're waiting for parts right now that are 3 months out, 3 months. And so you can't put this great technology, if it goes down, that they can't heat their place. And thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right, so we have some revised language in there. I think the one question that is still seems to be out there is, do you have any language about the building opening at the same time as the district energy system, and how we would ensure that that happens and doesn't allow the building to just claim that this is going to happen, get a permit, and then not have the district system built? I feel like that's the one issue we haven't addressed yet. I think the exception could be the same in the second paragraph as the first paragraph, where it's not an exception anymore. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you. First, Shell, do we have a motion on the table yet? Shell?
We do not.
We do
You're
not.
gonna make one though.
Yeah, give me a couple seconds. I want to make a motion. Just to answer Dwayne. Dwayne, you said you've been going over district energy systems in Seattle for the last decade. And, I thought about that for a second, that comment. I look at Seattle as a very progressive district energy place. I know Amazon's got a district energy,
Right.
right? So also Fred Hutch has district energy, even though they use carbon to make that district energy. I think Omni put a district energy system in. Jeff, you could probably list another 5 to 7 different district energy. So I do think we are progressive related to district energy solutions, and we should somehow get this into the code. Saying that, what's provided here is this is a I'm not going to say a game changer to help energy efficiency, but it is moving us in the right direction to get language in the code to address district energy and give the owners, hey, incentivize them to actually put this in place. So with that, I'd like to put a motion together for this with the approved language, or I would say the modified language on the screen for this proposal.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve as modified. Further discussion.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Greg Johnson.
Thank you.
Eric, do you have any more to say?
Oh no, I'm going to take my hand and lower it.
Greg, go for it.
Oh, I don't think I was gonna just second. I think
Okay.
Eric just beat me to making a motion.
Okay, Nathan.
All right, so I hesitate to speak up because I want to see district energy systems. I want to see them built. But if putting myself in Dwayne's shoes, the part that would give me heartburn is our definitions for whether it's currently called low carbon district systems. We got the proposal to change it to other terminology, but it requires a certain portion of the energy be from heat recovery. And again, how does a code official supposed to know whether you're claiming there's going to be a data center that's going to show up to give you that heat recovery percentage, but your building's the multifamily one that needs the heat. It gets really how it does get sketchy on how the reviewing official is supposed to stick their neck out there and agree with you that not necessarily say energy models can't be accurate or it's not a good way to prove it, but if you're relying on diversity of loads from multiple buildings to achieve those thresholds, I do understand Dwayne's hesitation.
Thanks, Nathan. Robbie.
Yeah, so the thermal energy network definition, I think it's not just heat recovery, but that is one of the pathways, right? I would expect that systems that are going to comply with these sections are going to involve some form of heat pump heating that is sourced from external sources, be that geo, air source, water source from lake, ground, whatever. But similarly, kind of along what Nathan was getting at, like energy model is not used anywhere in the code. I struggle from a code perspective understanding what the rigor is for the energy model that's listed here. Like I think there probably should be some guardrails on what that is to help with what Nathan was talking about, the code official having some trust in what's being submitted to them.
Thanks, Robbie. And the district, low carbon or low energy district system, whatever it is, the requirements, as I recall them, are 45% of the energy has to be from a variety of sources, include waste heat and other things, and a maximum of 25% can be from electric resistance or fossil fuel. That's what I recall from the.
Just there was a pathway that you could have a heating only system without doing waste heat recovery, but you had to be 90% heat pump based.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
Yeah.
Dwayne.
So a few things. I'd like to. I don't see why we wouldn't change the name. Instead of low carbon district energy system, because the intention is to put in the new terminology there, right?
Yeah, and there's a different proposal that we looked at that would do that. So I don't think we need to address that today.
And then in the revised language where it says documentation may be provided from an energy model. Documentation. I want to. Do we need to put in for the permit? It wasn't clear to me if this was permit. Well, I would say instead of that, permit documentation is permitted to be provided. We don't use the word may.
Is that what you were intending doing? What's written on the screen now?
Yeah, and can you put the word permit in front of documentation?
Permit documentation is permitted to be provided.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's good grammar, but and Nathan or somebody, is there any way to add a couple of words to the term energy model to like tighten this down, or is that going to be maybe an energy model complying with C407?
But we're in a C406 credit. That fundamentally doesn't make sense. Sorry.
Well, otherwise, how are you going to do an energy model?
Well, the energy model is to show the exchange of energy between buildings if you're trying to meet that. So it's really how are you substantiating the district energy system. So yeah, we could develop language. The language could be developed to describe that, I guess.
Yeah, that was actually, sorry to jump the line here, but that was actually going to be my comment question was I was going to ask Jeff. I understand that your folks have already done this with City of Bellingham. Could you talk a little bit about how you did the permitting and what documentation you gave the city to describe how this has actually gone for a real project?
Yeah. So, we did run into this same issue in Bellingham, and the code officials were willing to work with us through the energy model process. And basically, FEB is a consultant that does a lot of work in district energy. They came up with an energy model demonstrating, the pluses and minuses on heating and cooling and efficiencies, and we were able to submit that to the code official here, and that's basically what enabled buildings to connect to our system.
I think Dwayne is looking for stringency on the energy model, words that would modify the word energy model that would make it a high quality energy model as opposed to a spreadsheet with 4 numbers on it or something.
And Andy's going to tell us just how to do this right now.
Well, I mean, right now the latitude's given to the code official to approve that. So
most of the officials don't know from modeling, so we need some.
Go for it, Andy.
Yeah, and Dwayne, I would love to give you just like here's the exactly how we should do it answer right now, but that is kind of what I wanted to bring up is it was helpful to hear kind of what Bellingham took. I do think that it's important that we give code officials some guidance so that it's not everybody has to go out and figure out on their own what this looks like. But this kind of goes back to my previous comment of, boy, I sure wish we could have like informative notes. Or is this something where we could maybe put together, I like all these things we have at SBCI, but like a tip or something else where it's not official code language, but gives an example and demonstrates.
I think Wabo could do that.
Yeah, like to me, that feels like the best outcome where I think this is going to be really hard to put into explicit code language, but I think there needs to be some sort of formal guidance given to code officials. So it's not everybody's just out on their own trying to review 10 completely different looking things. Can we create some sort of template report that you fill out, or yeah, create some sort of guidance for design teams and code officials to ease this, but I think it's going to be hard to do through a code path. So I would love ideas on how we can best do that, and I would love to support development of that if possible.
So Andy, just as a quick patch, can we say on that last line, from an energy model that models the exchange of energy between the building and the district system?
I was going to say, like, to substantiate the energy efficiency and energy exchange of the system.
One other quick idea that I just had, we do have other sections of the code that set minimum qualifications for energy modelers. Maybe that's another mechanism.
Yeah.
That's what I was just going to say.
And energy exchange. Yeah.
C407.3 item 8 lists energy modeler qualifications.
Thanks, Robbie.
Maybe somebody could email to Krista like some words, or you can try to do it on screen right now, Krista. There were a lot of words just said.
Yeah, everybody was kind of talking over each other, and I was getting 3 different options and kind of deer in the headlights.
I heard from an energy model to substantiate something, and that was Eric. And then we could also reference the energy modeler qualifications. From an energy model to substantiate annual, Eric, you had something better.
Annual energy efficiency and energy exchange. Of the system.
As approved by the code official, period. And then how do we reference the energy modeler qualifications?
That's what I was going to suggest. I was going to suggest we just make the qualifications developed by a professional engineer. And according to the ethics for a professional engineer, we all have to work within our level of competency. And so, I mean, professional engineers, I mean, there's a little bit of trust that someone's working within their level of competency, but it's also regulated by the Board of Engineers and Landscapers in our state. So,
Sorry, quickly though, Greg, we do have other sections in the code for C407 that list out specific energy modeler qualifications that include a few specific credentials, such as ASHRAE's building energy modeling professional, or oh no, wait, I'm sorry, we don't have a P as an option there. But I would recommend that we stay consistent with that and reference energy modeling must be performed by a qualified energy modeler in accordance with section C407.3 item 8.
I'd be fine with that. I mean, the only thing though is in the qualified energy modelers, I mean, this really should be done a lot of times by, or at least under the direction of an engineer should stamp it. But I mean, if it's whether the engineer actually performs or just is the engineer of record who reviews it while it's being developed.
So I think the language would be energy modeler qualifications are listed in such and such a section.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in that, you know, that's totally acceptable for us. That makes sense.
And
Dot 3, item 8.
Thank you.
Again?
I believe it's dot 3, item 8.
Okay, so I think we copy that language to be similar in the next section, or the next piece, and
So as the second, I'm from the motion accept this, I'm okay with the changes. I think Eric was the primary who motioned this. Just for procedure, don't we have to check to see?
Yeah, these are all friendly amendments. These are all accepted in my view, or acceptable in my view.
One last thing, that sentence we just added about the qualifications, it says the qualifications are listed, but it doesn't say that you have to be qualified.
I think it's clear you have to be qualified, but sure, shall be qualified in accordance with
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
section such and such. And then there's a question up about whether 47331 and 332 also need additional language.
Sorry. Can I jump in? That was going to be my comment. And I think we can more or less use the same language, maybe instead of making it a comma or per energy model, blah, blah, blah. I think that we can just make that prior to the final inspection. Or maybe, yeah, I think we can just delete that blue sentence and then just duplicate our red sentence that we just created of 4 new district energy systems. I think that should work, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Sounds good. All right, and Larry has his hand up. I just want to get the language on the screen so we're all talking about the same thing. Okay, Larry, go for it.
I mean, to help Dwayne, maybe it would be good to put in there that the energy system has to be up and running before a permit is allowed to hook.
That's just what they're trying to get rid of.
Well, no, I mean, why wouldn't you want to have that? I mean, if I was an inspector, I would want to make sure that the thing worked before you would issue a permit. I mean,
You're saying my song, Larry.
I mean, that puts the stamp of approval. The damn thing works.
Yes.
That's
But
my.
how does it work with no loads though, Larry?
Well, I mean, you're going to have whatever, like out here would be water circulating back and forth. And let's say you got 1,000 gallons a minute going through it. Okay. Which they'd have a variable speed pump on it as houses are put on it. Okay.
Cool.
And so that system's up and running. Now I'm going to issue a permit for the house to hook the house to be built. I mean, I would be hesitant if it wasn't in the street and the pumps weren't working to issue a permit to something like that. I mean, I think it needs to be up and running so that there is assurance for the inspectors that say, hey, yeah, it's up and running. We got water running or whatever you're going to circulate through there. And I mean, I think that's should be in there. I really do. System district.
I'm trying to figure out so this is in the energy modeling section. C407331.
Yeah, Chell, I was going to suggest that we don't modify this section with the new language and you just strike the fully operational part of this. Because the italicized definition of thermal energy network should send you back to the point where it tells you you can get this information from an energy model.
The language that we just modified and added is just in the C406 credits. I'm wondering if the real solution here is this language needs to be addressed in like where we're establishing the definition. So any projects that are connecting to these thermal energy networks, whether you're using it for C406 credits or C407 energy modeling, or just using it to comply with some of the exceptions in C403 or C404, maybe that's a better way to centralize the language about how you're doing the documentation.
So you're suggesting that, I guess I don't know exactly what you're suggesting.
I'm suggesting that maybe we just leave the language in C406 and C407 about connecting to approved thermal energy networks. And then we bring this language about new district energy systems being permitted via energy modeling into the definitions section of an approved thermal energy network. So rather than addressing it onesie twosie in C406 and C407. Maybe we just roll it into the definitions. So then it's part of connecting to an approved thermal energy network. You've got some compliance pathway language in it.
That would be totally acceptable to us, and I think it would help to your point. You wouldn't be repeating yourself so many times, right? The way it's set up right now, there's a lot of repeat wordage in there.
But I think also it's good to put it there because that's where the building official isn't necessarily going to look at the definition as often as they are at clear section under C406 for the credit. So I feel like the credit is the right place. C406 credits are the right place for it. To address the other concern, it seemed like you could put in a bit like system shall be operational before final C of O is issued. Crickets. All right, I feel like we're at some junctions here, and we could either say we're wordsmithing way too much and we need to move on and postpone this, or we could say we are pretty good and there'll be more public comment later and we'll approve it. Or
Well, you can't postpone it unless I remove my motion on the table, Joe, right?
Okay, Eric, go ahead.
I don't know if we can remove or postpone it because there's a motion on the table. Is that
Well,
correct?
We could postpone it because a motion to postpone is I forget what the Robert's rules is, but it takes precedence over it.
All right.
But we could also vote on it and say this is great as it is, and we
I
will
would love to
find
vote
it
on this
in the future. So,
I motion to call the question.
okay. Does anybody not want to just vote on this thing right now? Okay, we have a motion to approve. So call the question, all in favor of ending debate and voting on this now, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, that means we're gonna vote on it, no more discussion. Robbie, your hand's up, but we've just voted to end discussion. Okay, all in favor of 230 as modified moving forward, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
Great.
Okay, motion passes. I heard a great on there. So this is passed. It can be modified later through the normal processes. Okay, so that was 230. We are now at 202 Johnson. Johnson, are you in the room?
Yes.
Okay, you have the floor.
I'm waiting for you guys to pull it up.
This is on and offsite renewable energy storage systems, in case you want to
Yep.
preview.
So I guess I'll talk while Chris is pulling it up. So if you recall in our code, we have a requirement for all buildings. I believe it's under 5,000 feet or more have to have a renewable energy placed on the site. So this is basically addressing that requirement and providing the option to have energy storage count for a portion of the solar requirement that they're allowed to have. And so it's capped because we obviously don't want them to just provide, I mean, they need some sort of generation to actually store that energy in a battery. I mean, just having only storage only really wouldn't meet the intent. And basically the intent behind this is, and I could get into details if people want, but if you just have solar and you don't have any storage, there are situations where you're actually making carbon emissions worse. You're actually not doing a good job. It's just because the peak solar hours, which is a lot shorter than your daylight hours that you have in the day, the peak solar hours doesn't align with when we need the actual energy. And so if you have battery storage it allows you to shift your solar generation to the peak hours, and then this really moves the needle and reduces carbon emissions and makes a big difference because it's the peak hours where you have the highest amount of carbon emissions associated with your electricity. So if you can shift the solar to offset the highest peak hours, you made a big move. And so for the ratio I picked, it's a little bit arbitrary. I mean, I picked and if people have a problem with that, we can change that. But I basically picked a value that I thought would encourage battery storage because battery storage really moves the needle. And so I picked one, but also I wanted to have, actually be making a difference. So that's more or less what this is.
Thanks, Greg. My initial question is why wouldn't this be under the load management? Because my understanding is you're saying this is an efficiency measure, not a load management measure. Is that correct?
Well, this is part of the code that's the base code. So the base code requires that all buildings have solar. So and so I'm addressing the base case where we're required to have solar on a bunch of buildings, not the credits. You could apply the same. I mean, and I think there's someone else who put a proposal to do something on the energy credits, but this would this measure that I'm talking about does not address, it just requires the base required amount of solar that buildings have to have.
Okay, it looks like there's one for C406 and one for C411. Okay, yeah, I guess I was wondering.
Well, I guess, yeah, I did. Yeah, but I mean, then the intent is just to have an offset. So we're open to whatever. I guess I did. You're right. I did include this C411 and C406. You're right. I did both.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Dwayne.
So I'm intrigued by this question. I just don't have an intuitive grasp of what the magnitude of the storage is. So I'm trying to figure out if you have a kilowatt of solar on your roof, and you're allowed to take up to 1/3 of this rooftop solar requirement and move it to battery storage. Like, is that more or less than that rooftop will produce in a day? Could I store an entire day's supply with this amount of battery, or a 10% of it, or where are we at there?
So basically, you have to have twice as much watt hours of battery that you would have for solar. So that means your solar would have to operate with the ratio I picked. You'd have to have it would be, you could, and that's why I did 1/3, because basically what we'd be setting up, if you did 1/3 battery storage and 2/3 solar rooftop, that means you could store 100% of the solar that you generated into the batteries if you were to do it operate for a 1-hour period. If you were to operate for a lower period of time, then you could store more. So that's kind of where the math goes.
So it's 1 hour's worth of storage.
So, well, 2 watt hours for every 1 watt of generation. So that's basically your solar operates for 1 hour and you'd be able to fill half your batteries. If you were to, just for a 1-for-1. So if you would say, okay, I'll have 1 watt less of solar, that means but in order to replace 1 watt of solar, you're having to put 2 watt hours of battery. So that means you've got 2-hour duration.
Got it. And you're talking about peak hours?
Well, the watt hours is just the storage capacity of the battery. So
No,
we're not telling them how to operate it. So, but the logical way to operate it would be you store it up when the electricity is not needed, and then you discharge when it is needed.
So you're sounding, it sounds like if you did move the 1/3 from being solar to being battery, then we'd be in a position to capture 2 hours worth of sunlight.
Well, I mean, you can't, you have to have the solar, you have to charge the batteries with the solar. So, but basically what you could do is you could say, if your whole array operated, let's say had 1 hour, let's a more realistic thing. Let's say in the winter you had 2 hours of sunlight So that 2 hours of sunlight would allow you to, I mean, you could fill your battery, I mean, this equivalent amount of the battery. And so that's partly where that arbitrary number picks. I mean, I kind of was looking at, I mean, up here, we don't have as much sun as you have down in California. And so, I mean, we vary in the amount of hours. It might be 2 to 4 peak sun hours in a day, but then if there's shading and this and that, and I picked a number to, my view was that providing some batteries was super critical for moving the needle. And so I picked a low number. So economically, people are going to go for this battery solution. They're like, oh, wow, that's going to make more sense. If we bumped it up to a little more, then it would be fine. But I mean, I was trying to pick the sweet spot where it's like, we're really encouraging people to put batteries because that's what moves the needle.
Thanks.
Thanks. And Greg, right now, this says nothing about how the battery is used. My understanding is batteries can be used in a couple ways. One is as a backup system, and that's not much of a benefit to the grid, but it's a benefit to the homeowner as a backup system. And then the other way is a kind of like a daily charge and discharge, which is a benefit to the grid. But this says nothing about how it's used, right?
It does not say how it's used, but a couple of data points is most utilities are actually piloting time of use rates right now. And so when the time of use rates come into play, that's going to motivate people. And then another little data point is California Utilities Commission. They actually have required buildings to have battery storage if they want to be able to net meter their solar. And so that was one, and now that's not through their building codes, that's through the utility, but that's they have the NEM 3.0 from the California Public Utilities Commission that actually requires it, because California has realized they have a huge problem down there with this. So this has created a problem. So they've said, you know what, you have to have batteries.
Okay, thanks. Andy.
Thank you. Yeah, interesting proposal, Greg. Kind of, I know that you kind of just talked through this in response to Dwayne, but I was wondering if, like, just kind of putting a pin in what's the general magnitude of this size. If you've got, say, 100,000 square foot building in Seattle and Spokane, so kind of with, like, 1,100 kilowatt hours per kilowatt production, and whatever it is in Spokane, 1,300, 1,400. Like, do you have a sense of the 0.5 watts per square foot C411 requirement, how much you would be decreasing the number of PV arrays relative to the battery size? Like, can you give a sense of like a sample calculation for kind of west and east of the mountains to help? I'm also having kind of a hard time visualizing how much we're decreasing the PV requirement versus the battery. But I like that this is incentivizing installing batteries. To Chell's point, if this doesn't mandate how they're operating, it seems like it would still be good to have the batteries installed. And then is there typically flexibility on the battery controllers to where maybe they're utilizing it one way today, but we're also setting ourselves up to kind of future proof against the California scenario ahead of time? Is that something that with what batteries people are actually purchasing to meet this requirement, is that going to be straightforward to change how they are controlled?
So, well, 2 parts. The first part is I didn't make this a mandatory requirement. This is an option to offset, and there's a limitation of offsetting up to 1/3, as you can see right there. And so I didn't want to, so it's an optional. So if people say, you know what, I don't want batteries, we're not forcing them. As I thought through this multiple ways, I didn't really, I was like, didn't want to put a mandatory requirement or increase things. I just wanted to encourage it as an optional method. So, I mean, at minimum, people are still going to be putting in, 2/3, as you can see, they're putting up 2/3 of the energy there for the requirement. On the energy credits, when they're getting the renewable energy credits, it says, whatever they don't satisfy for the base requirement, then they can use additional. So that kind of encourages them there. As for operationally, I mean, I can speak because we've actually brought on a bunch of batteries. We have a Moore Center building in Spokane where we have a huge amount of batteries. And yes, I mean, you can change how you operate those. Usually when you get into the big size batteries, one gotcha, which is going to cost a little more money, is when you have a large amount of batteries, which you're going to have to oftentimes do a feasibility study with the utility. And so the utility is going to analyze what that does with a large generation source, and batteries count as your generation source. And so that's going to be where you work with utilities and they find out what's the impact. So, I mean, there is some additional cost beyond just the cost of the battery, which is important to note for large installations. And so that kind of works there. But I mean, yes, you can configure your batteries to do whatever you want for how you operate it. And I'll tell you for sure that you, like Moore Center, we have microgrids, and we're actually doing studies on how to do microgrids and lower the energy usage in the U District in Spokane.
Interesting, thank you. And then, sorry, one additional question. Is the intent that any battery you install here to optionally meet your C411 with reduced PV, would that be able to double dip to a C406.3 load management credit?
Yeah, there's no double dipping intent. So I mean, I put energy storage capacity not already used to satisfy other requirements. So that's the first part of this code. So that way it prevents people from double dipping.
Great, thank you.
Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, for this this proposal. It's interesting. I wanted to just clarify. In your text, you say 2 watt-hours of storage equal to 1 watt of generation. I wanted to just clarify. Do you mean 1 watt of generating capacity, or are you talking about actual kind of watt-hours of generation? Just, given kind of what the previous comment, if we're looking at kind of Spokane, 1 kW of capacity could be 1,500 kilowatt hours of generation.
It's capacity of the solar panel. So it isn't really reasonable to try to, I mean, it'd be overly complicated if you're trying to calculate how much you're going to generate, because it varies by where you place the panels on the roof and this and that. And so it was the simplest way to do it was just saying 1 watt of solar panel. So our nameplate rating equals 2 watt-hours of battery storage. And if people don't like that ratio, we can change that. But that's trying to keep it simple so it's not complicated.
No, I just wanted to clarify that. That's really helpful because, 100 kilowatt system, that's about 220 kilowatt hours. For reference, a 220 kilowatt hour battery system might take up a 7-foot by 5-foot footprint. Whereas if it was based on the kilowatt hour capacity of annual generation, be talking about, 220 megawatt hours, which is acres of storage. So I think that metric makes sense. And I would just maybe recommend a friendly change to say 1 watt of nameplate generating capacity, just to try to clarify that. And then, as far as the ratio between watt hours and generating capacity, I think you're probably close there, and it's a good starting point. Having done about 70 feasibility studies and microgrids around the state, for commercial buildings, we're typically seeing, the battery energy storage system sizing between that 220 kilowatt hour and 2 megawatt hour capacity. So by footprint, it's in that kind of 7-foot by 5-foot to 5-foot or 7-foot by 20-foot kind of footprint. So I think this is a great start, and I think it's reasonable to, offer that kind of balance between the on-site generating capacity and the energy storage. So yeah, cool idea.
And Marcus, you had suggested that the word nameplate be added somewhere.
Yeah, so I would suggest it would be 1 watt of nameplate generating capacity.
Okay.
And that's friendly, that's fine. if you just look at the units, it's obvious for an electrical engineer, but for everyone else, I think the nameplate probably makes it more clear.
Okay, and we don't have a motion on this yet, I don't believe.
Well, that's a good segue, Shell. I make a motion to accept as modified and also with an additional tweak here. I would like to change the language in, well, let's start where we are. Where it says 2 watt hours of storage equal to 1 watt. I think that should be 2 watt hours of storage per watt, 1 watt. So take out equal to and replace with per.
I agree.
And something similar in the paragraph above. Not the paragraph, but the red line above. Yeah, make that per. And I think you could take out where it says energy credits according to a ratio. I think you could just say achieve energy credits at a ratio.
That's all good with me. Good.
Okay, reasonable.
Semantics.
And then I had a question. Well, it's okay. Make the motion. There's my motion. Then I have a question.
I'll second it.
Don't have a is the motion, were you gonna make a more complicated motion than just approving this?
Sorry. Okay, so the motion is to accept the proposal as modified.
Okay, and Greg seconded that.
Yep.
Now go for your question, Kevin.
My question is on the sentence we're looking at, when it says may be used to achieve energy credits, how are those calculated?
The same way as they were before. So it's just, it doesn't change any of the prior requirements for how it's calculated. It's just.
Okay, so it just goes into equation 418.
Yep. So,
Okay.
I mean, you would just have to take your battery watt hour capacity, divide it in half, and then you include that in the equation alongside your solar nameplate capacity.
Very good. That's what I suspected, but just wanted to make sure. So, cool. Thanks.
And I assume the same limitation on on-site energy for achievement of credits would apply to the energy storage system. Go ahead, Larry.
That you're limited to 50% is what you're saying?
That you're limited per C406 to not doing everything with solar.
Yeah.
It doesn't change any of that. It's just adding the provision for energy storage to be used.
Yep. Go ahead, Larry.
So what's the average life of these batteries? One question. And then, so the best would be to bring them on during the peak point, right, Greg? Is to bring that stored power on at the peak point. So if is that 5 o'clock probably in the evening when everybody's coming home and stuff? So you convert your battery, you have a switch there apparently that switches you to battery power. So it's draining it down. And then after a certain, maybe 6 o'clock, it switches back. Is that what we're talking about here then?
Well, usually these battery controllers are a lot more sophisticated. It's not a switch. It's actually you program how you want to operate into these controllers. And a lot of times they'll accept a utility input if you want to, and you can do it based on pricing. You can also do a timing schedule. There's a whole lot of options. So we're not dictating it. It kind of gives the customer the flexibility, the building owner the flexibility, but I can guarantee you when time of use rates come in, it's going to change behavior. And also I can, a lot of these big areas are going to work with the utility and to operate them in the best way possible.
So how long is the average life in these batteries that we're using too? What can you get 6 years out of them?
Well, it depends on what the energy storage system is. I notice I left it pretty, I used a industry term, energy storage system. Usually that means battery, but it also is open to other types of technologies too. So if you wanted to use like a phase change tank and convert the electricity back and forth for that, that would that would meet the requirements. So, I mean, some types of technology are going to last a lot longer, and others, I mean, you could get a decade out of lithium-ion batteries, but you also, I mean, some technologies will. It's as technology changes.
The other thing is
You're
that
probably
with
not.
a lot of EV batteries, EVs, once they're below 80% of their initial capacity, after a decade or so, they're not used anymore. A lot of those actually go into building storage energy systems because they'll store energy for a long, long, long time. They just won't store quite as much, every year. So that's another factor.
You're not going to put lithium batteries, are you, in, Greg? Aren't you going to put lead batteries? I mean, the cost. I'm looking at the cost here.
A lot of times they use, there's a variety of batteries that use, but lithium is commonly used here, but we're not dictating it. It's up to the building owner to choose the proper battery to fit their needs. And obviously depending on the type of battery they choose, there's different requirements in the IFC for how you do the battery rooms and things like that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, all right. We have a motion. We have some slight modifications in here. I'd like to hear pro or con, a little bit about that. If you're going to bring up an issue that's already been brought up, please just say I agree with something or I disagree with something. I feel like we could vote on this fairly soon. I'm not hearing a ton of new information coming to light, so let's proceed quickly through this. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, in the last proposal, we decided not to use the word may. It should say are permitted to. So that occurs a couple of times in this language.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a good suggestion. We should update
Yeah,
that.
as the maker, that's great.
Yep.
Maker of the motion.
Brett, go for it.
Yes, does this approach have any consistency with the California approach for storage?
Well, California's came through their utilities commission, not through the building codes. So in California, I mean, people are trying to use the net metering benefit that they get. So that's the difference, because it's, I mean, it's coming through a different avenue.
Okay.
But I mean, for California, the way theirs is set up is, if you want to net meter, you have to have batteries. If you don't have batteries, you can't use your solar for net metering.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, Eric, you already spoke. Mike Kennedy.
I just want to go back to what Chell said at the beginning. This seems like it should be in load management. I don't see that there's energy savings from this.
Well, so I guess it depends on how you define savings. I mean, I'm looking at what's the carbon emissions. And so if you're able to produce clean energy, store it up, and then offset less carbon friendly generation on the grid, I would call that as more efficiency. And so that's a lot of what that's looking at. And then also, even if you were look at a site energy basis, so you ignore what's happened on the grid, even on that basis, if you're exporting power to the grid, then that's not, and using the grid as a battery, well, you really can't be consistent and count that as savings. So anything you're producing to the grid, you really don't get to keep unless you actually have the ability to store it. So this is, I mean, allowing you to this prevents people from just using the grid at the wrong times to make our carbon footprint worse.
I think that's reasonable. I've tried to keep to, I studied EPCO a lot, and the 1-to-1 energy ratio for trading off one thing for another, because you can trade off anything in 406 against anything else in 406. And so everything in 406 needs to be pretty close to being a 1-to-1 energy use ratio. And I guess C411 is not you're not trading it off for anything there. So that seems perfectly valid. C406 does seem like there's a question about whether it's actually an energy use reduction. And time of use doesn't factor into my understanding of EPCA's exception for the energy code. So I have a question about the 406 one, but I don't know that it's I think we could deal with it later because I don't have clarity on the question or the answer. Marcus.
I just wanted to clarify, I think it's relevant that these battery systems typically have between an 86 to 92% round trip efficiency. So there is some energy loss in converting it to the energy storage system and then dispatching it at a later time. California net metering requirements do not require batteries, but the kind of financial reality around dispatch and the export rates effectively necessitate them to be financially feasible. And these lithium battery systems typically come with about a 15-year, up to a 15-year warranty at 85% of their capacity, assuming daily dispatch. So, they're not short-term battery systems. They have a lot of throughput that can run through them. But I tend to agree with the previous comment that this is a load management strategy. So I don't know where that gets us.
Thanks, Marcus. Good information. Larry. And then we're going to vote on this.
If you look at what the customer's paying, he gives the energy back to the utility, and the utility discounts it severely. Where if he can store it there and use it, he's going to pay a lot less. It's a lot better than to let it go down the line and then get discounted. It'd be better to use it there. So I think it's saving money and saving energy. Thank you.
One thing to note is your grid, typically you're saying 85% efficient for the transportation part of the utility grid. So if you're transporting the power onto the grid, 85%, you compare that to like a 92% battery. I mean, I'm just saying it's a wash. But that's a good way to look at it too, saying, hey, we're not really, let's not split hairs.
All right, with that, we're going to vote. Okay. All in favor, the motion is to approve this as modified. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay. All right, we are off to 235.
235.
And I think this is one where the proponent is unable to be here, but someone else is speaking on their behalf.
We agreed I would speak up on it, Mike Kennedy.
Okay, go for it, Mike.
Oh, wait. Which one is this? Is this Michael Myers' proposal? Sorry.
This is, I thought this was it's something Meyer. I thought it was Michael Meyer.
It is.
Okay, it is.
This is 235, and I can chime in as well, Mike.
I was expecting a different proposal.
Okay, well, Dwayne, do you want to speak to this then?
Sure. And Mike Kennedy can correct me if necessary as I'm going through, but this does a couple of things. For one thing, with the load management credit that we're discussing for energy storage, it reduces the threshold, the lowest amount that you could get credits for, to something much more reasonable and attainable, and it also just does some grammar pickup. Mike Myers is very particular about having things stated correctly, and it fixes an equation. That's the essence of it. If you scroll half a page down, you'll see a little more stuff there. Yeah. So
there's in the current Washington equation is in error. It should have had a divide by 5. So he's corrected that in this.
And that's what changes the threshold amount, right?
That changes the credits. right now, if you put in the minimum capacity of 5, you get like 200 credits, the way the equation works. And it was meant that you would get that 40. So they've fixed the credits, they fixed the equation, and then they've cut the storage. 5 watts is more, that's more like a backup storage, and the 0.5 is more like what you might see for load management shifting. So it's a little more level, and this is coming right out of the national codes.
Okay. I think the 50 under group R2 should be stricken. I think that's the intent.
I'm sorry, what?
The 50 under R2
Yes.
is intended to be stricken,
Yes.
I assume.
And then I have some comments on the equation.
Okay, well, this is you and Dwayne have the floor to introduce this. So if you have questions or comments, go for it.
Okay, well, I think the original equation might be actually preferred here. In the proposed equation, he's dropped storage from the electric capacity and the units. And I feel like those should be there. And then he's using a 1 in the denominator, and that's not really needed.
That's not necessary at all.
And then
one is
credits is missing a T.
Yeah, I guess I don't see much of a difference between the existing formula and the new formula.
There's not, except that because the credits have been, what was wrong before is the credits were based on 5 watts a square foot, and the equation was based on 1 watt a square foot. And in this now, the credits are based on 1 watt a square foot, and the equation is based on 1 watt a square foot. So it's the same equation, it's just that the credits are a fifth of what they were, more or less.
Okay, so you really could use the existing equation. I mean, that would be no different.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be clearer if we're not striking language. If we're not replacing it with something any different, then why would we go to the hassle of telling everyone we change the equation and having them do the math and realize it's the same math? Okay. Kevin.
Thank you, Shell. I was wondering, and maybe you just explained this, Mike, but I didn't quite follow. The points are about a fifth of what they were, and I'm wondering why they're not a tenth, since we're changing the requirement by a factor of 10.
The original credits, we were the experiment, if you remember right, and a lot of stuff happened, and we don't actually know the basis of the original credits. For most measures, I would say, but in this case, I did, when I did the 406 calculator, tried to track down this credits and noted that the credits in the national codes were quite a bit less, and that there had been a change here. These are taken out of the current code at the national level, is what I was led to believe. So I'm presuming
the underlying value?
Sorry?
Yeah, the underlying values?
For the credits, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And then I think the idea is you can multiply those by a certain amount based on how much you get. So for instance, while it says 8 credits in the first column, you could multiply that by a lot. You could get 5 times that or 10 times that number of credits.
Looks like 30 times that. You're starting at a half.
Between 0.5 and 15.
Well, but yeah, right.
So
the one thing to look at here, yeah, is the credits are based on 1 watt a square foot.
Oh, I see. So if you start at the minimum, you'd have, for group R1, you'd have 4. Okay, I see. That makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good question. Go ahead, Eric.
Yes, Eric Vandermeer. I guess this is the only proposal that kind of was addressed all of C406.3, and I had a comment that came up after the code change proposals were submitted, and that is credit to the HVAC load management credit. It only allows that for electric cooling and electric heating. And then credit 6, the service hot water energy storage credit, is only allowed for service hot water that is heated by electricity and that suspends electric water heating during the peak period. And so I don't know if those are editorial corrections to remove the word electric to comply with EPCA requirements or maybe I-2066 requirements, but I thought this was the only kind of opportunity I had to bring it up as part of the development process. So I guess that's a question that we have to fix those sections to comply with EPCA. Thanks.
What does energy storage mean for the gas system? Or management? This is peak. I guess peak is a concern on the gas system too.
Sure, you can burn natural gas to make energy, to make electricity and store it in batteries, just like you can. It's not addressed in the fossil fuel path, and so it is limiting those credits to just electric. And so I don't know if that's something that needs to be addressed or not. So.
I mean, I guess when I think of load management, I typically think of electricity load management. That's implied, but maybe there's a broader definition there. Greg?
Yeah, I just wanted to note, typically, from what I've seen, I'm not saying this is the case it's always done, but from what I've seen, typically on the gas side, what they do is they store the energy as either hot water or phase change or something, you know, I mean, as some thermal source. They don't store it as like store the gas. So that's, I mean, I wouldn't see any issue with changing electric energy storage because I don't know if anyone is really storing gas up on site. They just store hot water.
Yeah, so for the service hot water credit, for example, right now you can't get that with the fossil fuel system, whereas you could if you're using electric heat pump or using an electric boiler. So that is a difference right now that's not addressed in the fossil fuel path in the 2021 code or was addressed in the development of the integrated draft for the 2024 code. So it is an oversight, I think, at this point. So.
Okay, I don't know, Krista, do you think we can just remove the word electric from those two sections, even though we didn't have a proposal on that? Or is that too far?
Can we say energy storage?
It does.
Well, also the formula, the formula is also based on electric, it says, right? I guess, which installed electric storage capacity is what's in the formula also right now.
I think just removing the word electric and just, I think that would help us be EPCA and I-2066 compliant. And then,
and so, Krista, you have to bring open the other section of the code to see the.
Still trying to decide if I say no, you need to submit that under the 2021.
Yeah, that could be the path forward. Yeah.
Rather than because it doesn't really fit in the same.
Yeah, we can submit it as a 2021 or I-2026 clarification proposal.
Yeah, that sounds good for 2021. And I'm guessing the MVP committee could address it for 2024. So thanks for bringing that up. Okay, do we have a motion on this one? I don't think.
So are we going to
Yeah.
strike the installed electric capacity there for the equation?
Yeah,
or-
we're gonna remove the word electric from installed capacity. Okay, do we have a motion on this one? Go ahead, Margaret.
Oh,
There are a few other spots that says electric.
yeah, in C102, the energy storage system definition says one or more devices assembled together capable of storing energy in order to supply electrical energy at a future time.
I mean,
So
I guess we maybe would need to think through this if we're going to remove the word electric. Because I think this particular credit is about electric energy storage.
Yeah, maybe better to have
the
a different,
definition of energy storage system says pretty much says electric energy.
it might be better than trying to modify this to add another kind of thermal energy storage or something that would accommodate more.
There you go.
Okay.
Is that acceptable to create an adjunct proposal to this one?
Well, I think if we bifurcated this into electric and thermal, I think that's, you know, a thing we can do.
I'd hate to do that on the fly.
We wouldn't do that on the fly.
So should we propose to postpone?
I think that might be good. Let's, I'll take a motion to postpone this and then have the proponent or other helpful souls attempt to bifurcate this into both an electric and a thermal.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Motion is to postpone until we get this back with perhaps two options, one for electric and thermal. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay, thank you. And those who want to work on it, why don't you speak up now?
I'd be happy to work on it.
That was Greg.
Yep.
Add my name to the list, please. This is Kevin.
Okay, Greg, Kevin, and Dwayne and Mike, can you tell Mike Myers that Kevin and Greg would like to help?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. We voted on this one, right? Yes.
Unanimous.
It was unanimous. Sweet. Okay. All right, we are to another Jeff. I think this is you again.
Yep, this is me again. Hi, everybody. Hey, before I start, it looked like there was some background noise there. I don't know if that has been resolved, but it was kind of.
I think that's Mike.
Yeah.
That's Mike.
Mike.
Yeah. Great. Okay, so so this is a proposal to give some credit to new buildings connecting to thermal energy networks. And basically it's trying to acknowledge the benefit that electric grids get when you have thermal energy networks connecting all of these buildings. The main thing that happens is that you've got a lot of pipes in the ground. There's a lot of volume in the system, and they're circulating water. Sometimes there's hundreds of thousands of gallons getting circulated. So there's a lot of storage capacity in that pipe network just as it is. And by aggregating and diversifying and sharing the energy loads between buildings, there's a lot of energy efficiency, but also grid management services that get provided by that. Additionally, and that's just by having a network of connected buildings, but also thermal energy networks can leverage thermal energy storage at scale you know, whether it's a large geo exchange or it's just big tanks of water. And they also have fuel source flexibility. So there's the ability in the situation of a major power outage or the peak demand event to be able to fuel switch if you needed to. Some stats on that. The BC Hydro, just north of the border here up in Canada, they're pretty progressive, and they have really started digging into the benefits of district energy or thermal energy networks for their grid. And they've got a couple studies out now that show that it's anywhere from about 2 to 5 times the peak demand reduction for buildings connected to thermal energy networks versus standalone buildings using air source heat pumps, for instance. And there's also some studies that have been done by Oak Ridge National Labs suggesting that really, when it comes to geo exchange and thermal energy networks, the real benefit is actually to the electric grid. That's kind of the rationale. In terms of the point structure, what we did is we just aligned it with the same point structure that you would get for the thermal energy service water storage tanks. So we didn't try to come up with a new point system for that, although arguably there's additional benefits beyond just that.
Thanks, Jeff. Kevin.
Love it. Motion to accept.
I'll second that. And would it be a friendly amendment to just note, as we've been doing, just P&L to recalculate credits?
Yeah, I think that's assumed with everything.
I was going to say the same. So yeah, good for the maker of the motion. And then I had a question. Or no, had a comment. In addition to all the things you just mentioned, Jeff, I like how this aligns with recent legislation in Washington for thermal energy providers. And there's legislation pending to strengthen that even more. So good to have a credit system in place to reward that for the building owners that connect to it.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, we have a motion on the table. We have a second for it. I see no more hands up. All in favor say yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed say no. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. And we are off to section 403 with an Eric Vandermeer special. This is proposal 250.
Chell, before we get there, this is Kim Barker. I do need to leave early, so I'm going to be logging off here in a minute.
Okay, thanks, Kim. Some of us have spent nine and a half hours together over the last 2 days. Irina?
I also need to leave a little early, so I'll be logging off in the next 15 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Irina.
And so will I, Greg Johnson.
Okay.
Is that affecting our quorum?
I'm guessing it won't, but if we get to any really, really tricky ones, we might postpone those. Eric, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chal. So this is a clarification. Exceptions 1A and 1B of C403.5 economizers were modified in the 2021 code, and it's led to some confusion if radiant beams, whether active beam systems or passive beams that are used for cooling, can follow the Doas path through the code or not. And so it's recommending adding language here that if you don't have a zonal supply fan, that you can still use the Doas path. You know, there was corrections in C403.3.5 to allow, radiant beam systems to be used. These are typically highly energy efficient systems when designed properly. So this is meant to be a clarification in the code to meet the intent of how we wanted the 2021 code to be written. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. I think an S should be after cooling systems, or A should be in front of cooling system in 1A and 1B. Irina, you have your hand up? Otherwise, Kevin.
Yeah, with those modifications. Good catch, Eric. I move to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion to approve. Is there further discussion on this one? Okay, all in favor of approval say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. 250 done. 262 Whitlatch. Are you here? I think it's Aaron. I'm looking for your name in the. Don't see Aaron in the room. Let's go to 196 Johnlin.
Yeah.
Could I speak in favor of 262? Or is it up to the proponent? I have no relationship with the proponent, so.
If they've designated you to speak on behalf of their proposal or told you you could, that's good. Otherwise, I don't want to go through a proposal if the proponent's not here and hasn't told someone else to speak on their behalf.
Fair enough. There's no such relationship, so move on.
Okay. Yeah, just trying to have consistent rules.
So in this one, this is one of many you'll see coming through from the Seattle code, where at the request of our local engineers, we added this phrase you see highlighted to just clarify what's going on when the gas sensors detect that there's one of these gases in the air there, then it bumps it up to the full required ventilation rate and not one of those partial rates that it would normally operate at.
Do you mean, is the word B seems like it should be?
I wonder how that shall operate continuously be activated.
When activated or something, or if activated, or
yeah,
that sentence really needs help. The existing sentence.
Yeah, but I think that B should have been when. Yes.
When activated by.
Well, that makes no sense. Either they operate continuously or they don't. So I'm thinking it should say operate continuously or be controlled by gas sensors.
No, they have to operate continuously at a low rate, and then when the gas sensors are activated, it bumps it up to the full required ventilation.
Okay, well, that's not what this says.
Yeah.
I think what you just said was great. Can we just make that the new language? Because the existing language makes no sense.
Shall operate continuously at low volume. I don't know if the code actually
What about
says that.
ventilation systems for enclosed parking garages that operate continuously shall
No, they have to operate continuously.
Oh, true.
At low volume minimum rate.
There you go, Krista. That's good.
Shall be activated by gas sensors to activate.
There you go. That's beautiful.
All right.
I'll move to accept as modified on the screen.
Second.
Except there's that first shall. Ventilation systems for enclosed parking garages that operate continuously at a minimum rate shall be activated, right?
Oh, good catch.
Margaret's good.
Well, no, wait. No, they have to operate continuously. There's no choice.
Yeah.
How about an
So
and?
this section is about activation of the system. It's not about how it's operated.
Sure.
So It's about what, if it is shut off, what activates it again.
But it's
And
not
so-
shut off. It's running at 20% or something like that, and then
No, these are allowed to shut off in buildings if they have posted hours where the
that's right.
systems are not.
Oh.
If the garage is shut off and not open during hours, but then there's a car that does activate it, they have to re-engage essentially and start. And so this section is about activation of the system.
So then could we just cut everything between shall and shall? And
Yeah.
one shall and
works for me.
Okay, I'm
I
bugged
don't
by
think
the
you
double
need the
activate.
full,
but-
right? It just needs to be activated to maintain the required levels for the mechanical code. I don't know why you have to go to full bore.
Because we have a low level ventilation rate that when the garage hours indicate that it's open, but there's no gas sensed, that it's still rumbling along, and then it kicks up to the required ventilation rate as soon as it senses any gas. Sorry if I've done a bad job of
So can't you just say required ventilation rate and then leave it to control to the proper carbon monoxide and nitrogen dioxide levels? You don't have to you could get rid of the word full, right?
Yeah. Cool. Can we see that in simple markup? You're doing great, Krista. I know we're driving hard here. Love it. How about you, Greg?
I'm good.
All right.
What do you think, Dwayne?
I'm just looking it up on mine just to see it in context here. Okay, so we've already made a change here. The latest bit in Seattle says ventilation system for enclosed parking garages shall be activated by gas sensors to activate the full required ventilation rate in accordance with the IMC. Not sure. It looks like so the state language, the original language that I think is in the state code is ventilation systems for enclosed parking garages shall be activated by gas sensors. And then we added to activate the full required ventilation rate in accordance with International Mechanical Code section 404.
What does 404 say then?
Well, that's where it says what the full required ventilation rate is.
Yeah, that gives the acceptable, I think, yeah.
There you go.
Ventilation rates.
Should it be the Washington Mechanical Code?
No,
That's not how we refer to the codes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And we said at the end of that, comma, section 404.
That is the correct section if we want to have a section there.
all right, can the makers of the motion find this to be
Yes.
Love
Yes.
it.
Good.
okay? Larry,
Are we going to add the section for the International Mechanical Code?
section 404. Larry, go
Comma,
ahead.
section 404. Yeah.
Is there a point where that an alarm is marked because maybe the belt broke on the ventilation equipment? Is there, I mean, the ones we put at the mine, we activate, and then if it hits another point, we have an alarm that goes off because we could have a power failure or a belt or something break on the
Yep.
equipment.
I think that would not be in the energy code. That'd be a mechanical code thing.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion to accept as modified. I see no more hands up.
There, that's better language.
There
Okay,
you go.
all right. All in favor of approving this as modified, say yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed, say no.
Yes.
Okay. This 196 passes. We're on to 273, John Lynn as well.
Okay. Okay, so this does a couple of things. You see in the top little highlighted place there, it's taking R2, that's multifamily dwelling units. The ballast ventilation system would have 67% sensible recovery effectiveness. That talking with several local engineers, they said there really is, those have become very common, and there's no known cost difference. And then below there were some text numbering fixes there. And I think that's it.
So stringency is 60 to 67, which you're saying has, from local knowledge, has not a cost difference, and everything else is just editorial.
Yeah, it's making it's just codifying what's already standard.
And then what's the red down there? Is that, it's just clarifying?
Yeah, these were more changes that were made to I think by people on this call to the Seattle Code to make it a little cleaner and more understandable.
And these are just what's on the page, or exceptions to places where ERVs are not required.
Yeah, this says where you don't have to have an ERV. Yeah.
Yeah. Kevin.
Yeah, I'm curious in number 4 and 7. In 4, you've eliminated the exception for climate zone 4, and in 7 for climate zone 5. I was curious where that came from.
I don't recall, but maybe Andy or Eric does.
Especially given this was a Seattle code. I mean, I don't think there's a climate zone 5 in Seattle.
It's very North Seattle. Yeah.
the top of the tallest tower.
Right.
Eric or Andy, are you still around?
Yeah, this is not ringing a bell for me. I think that I recall having seen this previously and wanting to get it struck because there is no climate zone 5 in Seattle there. But no, I'm sorry, I'm not remembering on this one.
Yeah, these changes are not in the 2021 Seattle Code and Energy Code doing.
They've been given it to us more recently.
I think these were maybe pulled out, yeah, to limit amendments. So.
Yes. That's true. Now you reminded me that we were instructed to undo a number of our changes early in the or later in our Seattle Code development process after these were all in. So
could I offer a friendly amendment to remove the climate zone specifications?
Yeah, I will. Well, I think that for number 7, it was felt that that was appropriate over here on the west side, but not working as well regarding dehumidification over in Eastern Washington. So-
what it's saying though is that if you're in climate zone 5, you don't get the exception.
I had it backwards, yeah. So yeah, I'll take that as a friendly amendment since I can't remember how we got those in there.
That should say SEER, I think.
Oh yes,
SEER?
SEER.
No, what is that fact? What is an SERR?
No, I'm sure it should have been SEER, SEER. Thank you.
I don't know.
I don't know either because that's a really tiny SEER.
Yeah, SEERs are usually above, I don't know, 4
All
or
right,
5.
I'm just searching the energy code to see. That's not it's not used anywhere else in the energy code, SERR. But it doesn't make sense as an SEER either, so.
Is it SER?
Tell you what, why don't we just extend that amendment to just eliminate all the changes in 4 and 7 there?
We'll just undo 4 and 7, yeah. Go back to model code language.
Yep. Okay. That sounds good. Kevin.
Yep. Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. SERR is probably Series Energy Recovery Ratio. It often can't be found because in the definitions section, it's listed as Energy Recovery Ratio, series. That was actually just a change that was made for the 2027 IECC. But if it's going away, I can't tell if that's all going away and this is now moot, but that's probably what that is.
That's right, because we put in the word series above that to make it clear.
Okay. Right now, the proponent or people are saying, let's go back to the code language for 4 and 7. Otherwise, we have just an increase in from 60 to 67 up top, and then some editorial changes. Anybody want to make a motion to do something with this?
Motion to approve as modified.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve as modified. I'm going to wait till Krista, we can all watch her do her magic. And we'll vote. Okay. All in favor
Is
say
the
yes.
series with the cooling coil actually part of the code?
The way I have it, just the word.
Yes, that's part of the 2021 code I'm looking at. I got to open up the 2024 draft.
7362. I couldn't find.
Because we had added series in front of energy recovery and struck an in series after energy recovery.
That works. If you want to make keep a change there.
Okay, that's back to the original language.
And what did you want to change here?
No, that's just fine. Just leave it.
Yeah.
There.
Actually, so those changes that were in there were part of the 2024 integrated draft. They must be IECC changes.
Oh, did I bring?
That language must be 2024 IECC language. For
Yeah,
both
it's in the
items
2024.
4 and 6.
It's in the 2024 integrated draft. And it is actually in the integrated draft that this group approved as modifications from the model code language.
Okay, so that's where it came from. It wasn't. It was just already. It wasn't a change that Seattle made for those.
It's not really part of your proposal. It's just.
So now we have
something.
So now I have to figure out how to go back to that.
This is something that this group approved already and reviewed as part of the integrated draft process.
So Dwayne's original proposal had integrated draft language?
It did. The red in his proposal was from the integrated draft.
Oh, okay.
No wonder I couldn't remember why we
Good
changed.
catch.
So you could just really erase all the exceptions as part of this proposal because the only change is at
Yeah.
the beginning. Well, except for exception 8, I guess. Is that
true?
fixed? No, exception
So-
8 is also fixed in the integrated draft. So
Oh, it is. So we could eliminate the exceptions
yeah.
to make Krista's job easier.
Okay.
That sounds cleaner.
So the
Thanks,
only
Eric.
changes are up above in the, yeah.
Beauty.
Okay. We had a motion. Is this now acceptable to make as the motion?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. All in favor of the proposal as modified, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say
Yes.
no. Okay. We are now to 251 Vandermeer.
And we're at 2:51 p.m.
What a coincidence. You think we
Wow.
can get
It's a
Let's get
sign.
her. Let's get it done,
It's a-
Shell.
It's a sign.
sign of something? I don't know what it's a sign of. The universe is smiling upon us.
Dane Bramage, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so this one, let's see. Yeah. There you go. Now you can see the changes. So this is Washington state language that was put in a couple of code cycles. What we've heard is that most standard unit configurations don't have bypass dampers on both the outdoor air and exhaust air. As you know, in the economizer section of the code, we do clarify for certain 100% outside air units like ERVs, when airside economizer provisions are required or not required as part of that unit. So this returns us to what's closer to what's in 90.1 and in the IECC to only require the energy recovery media at just the outdoor airstream, or you can do return air if you want an economizer operation. So that's what that change is about. So that really allows us to use standard units and not build custom units for Washington, and gives us the energy benefit of having the bypass as an economizer type mode where you want it on the supply airstream. The other changes here that I'm making to these exceptions are part clarification and part Seattle clarifications. So the first one there is to just, for certain systems, we're not wanting to get all the way to the 68% efficient or sensible, or the 60%, because it's hard for those systems. And so we've had exceptions for laboratories and some of the other systems in the code. And so that's just recommending to refer to the laboratory section, which is C403772, and to not refer to the next section down. So if you're complying with that laboratory section, then you're exempt essentially. And then for small the exception 2 now is limited to small laboratory systems, whereas the 772 section is really laboratory systems that are greater than 5,000 CFM. So now we've got those two separated out into different categories and that you can comply with. So that clarifies not having kind of two exceptions or the laboratories. And then section 5 is modified to clarify what's allowed for that exception. So we're trying to just clean up all this double dipping of exceptions going on. And then exception 11 is added based on Seattle language, for, just to clarify what's required for the ambulatory care facilities and the group I2 occupancies that are complying with those code sections, to have a section for them that gets you down to 60% minimum sensible effectiveness instead of the 68, and the enthalpy heat recovery ratio of 50%. So a slightly less stringent standard for those where folks may have existing runaround loops or other things. So trying to clean up all these exceptions, and then scrolling down a little bit further, just inserting the word fume exhaust in here to match more closely with how 90.1 is read. So this is about fume exhaust in the laboratory exhaust system. It's not just about the general exhaust in the laboratory. So that is what's in this proposal.
Okay. Kevin.
Yeah, in the section title of C403.7.7.2, where it says laboratory exhaust system, should that also say, it's like page 3 right there? Yeah, should that also say laboratory fume exhaust systems?
Yeah, we could change the section name, yes.
And then I suppose this is outside the realm of your proposal, but if you bypass only the outside air side, do you get weird pressure things going on? Or is it fan just compensate?
Well, yeah, it depends on the unit and how it's arranged, but yeah, typically the exhaust fan would be controlled separately from the supply fan, and so you can control those on duct static, or you could have a VAV system. I mean, really, most of these systems, those requirements are really for larger, not like a 200 CFM or a 50 CFM ERV. The requirements are when we have these large ERV systems that might serve like a lab building or something, and you may want to do an airside economizer mode. So because you have the majority of your zones are in cooling. So yeah, it'd be a more advanced system that's required to control of that. And so yes, that can be controlled.
And obviously your cooling comes from the outside air.
Yeah.
So cool. Oh, thank you. And yeah, motion to approve as modified.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion as to approve as modified. Is there further discussion on this? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, thank you, Eric, and everybody. We're at 2:58. I don't see us really getting through any more proposals in the next 1.5 minutes. And I don't want to keep us after a meeting that's already gone 6.5 hours. Thank you so much for everybody for submitting proposals and discussing them and coming to better conclusions. And we will see you next week at the same time, same channel. Have an awesome weekend.
Yeah, nice job, everyone. Thanks, Shell.
Thanks, everybody.
Good job, Shell.
Thank you, Shell.
Good weekend.